Well, I saw you setting the mood like a light in the smoky room, dancing to the blues like a disco groove, catching every eye. When I saw you looking at me with a smile like you wanted me, saying, boy, come on, will our break be gone? I just had to try. You just move, baby, move any way you need. How do you do it, darling? Got me on my knees, on my feet. You can take me to the left, baby, take me to the right. You can take me for the rest of my life. Just move, baby, the way you move is moving me. What could I do? Follow along with your hips, feet, heartbeat, song, the flow and dress in your hair. Girl, it ain't fair, whatever you do, just don't stop. You just move, baby, move any way you need. How do you do it, darling? You got me on my knees, on my feet. You can take me to the left, baby, take me to the right. You can take me for the rest of my life. Just move, baby, the way you move is moving me.
Hello, hello, hello. I just want to take one quick second to talk about my new course called Burn Your Money and Play the Bongo. This is my drum. I've been using it throughout this session. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All my friends are here from around the world. Everyone, make a noise, please. Oh. There's been a label made. It's called Skins. I'm hitting the skins. Okay, we're going to label this very official drum. It's really real. It's from the Appalachian hillside of Texas. Go Longhorns! Woo! I love you and I'm rooting for you. Okay. Welcome. Yeah, so all my friends behind me were here listening and experiencing. Drop a fart in the chat if you are inspired right now. Drop 12 farts in the chat if you're 12 times inspired, or if you 12x'd inspired. Okay? Everyone, let me know. It only counts if you tell me in the chat. All right. Welcome. Today, we're going to talk about some goofy topics, including this the biggest story we're going to talk about is this Matthew McConaughey 6.5 hour sales pitch. It's actually worse than I thought. I thought they were just going to funnel people into mastermind.com. But literally, thank you, Miss KT Bell. Welcome. But literally, it's worse. And there was a course involved. So who'd have thunk it? Not even me. I'm becoming more naive as time goes on. I thought they were just going to try to get people in for like $45. Call it a day, make a couple mil and leave. No, it got worse. Many of you probably maybe here because you saw literal billboards. You saw 1,000 million ads on Facebook and Instagram. At one point, Matthew McConaughey's Facebook page was running over 190 ads at one given time for this free event. So obviously, we already sort of knew that it was going to be bullshit, that there has to be a catch in some capacity. And here we are. So it's called the Art of Livin. No G's are allowed in this world. And it lived up to its, I guess, potential, I suppose. Let's take a look. It's already over. Okay, it was yesterday. Here we go. Welcome, everybody. I did watch a majority of it. I did not watch the full 6.5 hours, unfortunately. I could only physically watch like 5 hours of it. So we may have to, and I have all the time codes we're going to go through, and I'm going to talk about everything. But let's kind of recap again a little bit just to see the ads. And then also there was a VIP section that was new since the last time I did a video about this. So here's the website now. So it's shut down or like closed, because it's too late to live life artfully at this point. But it was free, but then there was another, if you signed up for the free, then you got the option to pay for the VIP, but of course, so let me put my email. And I got like 100 emails from him. And by him, I mean Team McConaughey, as it says. Oh, I got a new one, actually. Let's see the latest one. I just got this one, fresh off the press. McConaughey wants you to see this before it's gone. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. When do you think you'll have another chance to be part of history as it's happening? Probably in the next economic downturn, historic flooding, political upheaval. I don't know. It happens every 5 seconds. I'm here for it. Experiences like we shared at the Art of Livin yesterday don't come along every day. Oh, yes, they do. There's a Tony Robbins conference you can catch literally every second of your life. Over 2.4 million people from around the world came together to admit where we need more in our lives, gain the roadmap to get it from McConaughey, Dean, Tony, Marie, and Trent, and ultimately carry a new perspective with us into the future. McConaughey decided to keep the replay up for a few days for those who missed it. So click to watch. Okay, I'm pretty sure because I was watching it and then I clicked on the wrong spot. I had like skipped ahead on accident and I had refreshed the page. Welcome, Heather. I had refreshed the page and then the comments, like the live chat, it said that this video has turned off the live chat because I was watching the live chat as like on the replay and seeing how people were reacting. And there was quite a lot of people there. So it was like I think the chat here is pretty fast for me to read while I'm talking, but I was trying to read it while they were talking and it was like, probably 1 out of every 20 people were like, this is a scam. This sucks. So I don't want to be here. And the rest were like, this is life-changing information. Okay, so you can still watch it. We're going to watch some of it. We're not going to watch 6 hours. Sorry. But this is a nice little recap. This event and McConaughey's process for getting our more in life is something we all need, especially right now. The dust hasn't settled from the last 3 years, and most of us are still trying to figure out where we want to go and how the heck to get there. So a chance like this to gain the roadmap for getting our more from such heart-centered people as McConaughey, such a heart-centered person. That's what I think of, like heart-centered people, like millionaires, A-list actors, people I will never meet in my real life. Oh, such a heart-centered person. Tony Robbins, heart-centered person. Dean Graziosi, he is the mastermind behind this. And that is evidently clear because he got the most airtime besides Matthew McConaughey, or as he likes to call himself, McConaughey. Marie and Trent, they got little cameos, and we'll talk about that. This just isn't something you can afford to miss. And the affording part is very important because if you don't have $400, then you will be missing this. So, and meaning the next stage of this grift that is going on. These are just a few of the millions of comments that came in during yesterday's event. So Lisa says, thank you for a much needed shift in thinking. So worth it. Much gratitude to all. So many great messages today. One last thank you. I'm truly grateful to all involved. There's also messages that said like, I'm disabled. I can't afford this. Please help me, Matthew. And it was honestly pretty sad to watch because I'm sure those people like came into this, were heavily advertised to, thought they were going to get some life-changing advice. And then meanwhile, it's a literal infomercial. And I will say everyone's speech, everyone that spoke was only to guide you to buy the $397 course, which is not a course. It's a interactive, I wrote down. It's an interactive engagement tool or something ridiculous. They're like, it's not a course. It's different. It's immersive. It's an immersive experience. Okay. There's still time to relive this experience. Okay, so go check it out. Go be a part of the movement we started, and we'll talk soon. Until then, just keep living. Team McConaughey. He's really, really heavy on this McConaughey bullshit where it's like, that's his name. Don't wear it out. It's like Matthew McConaughey is a regular person, an actor, someone who has, maybe some morals, maybe some life skills. And McConaughey is like his alter scam ego, in my humble opinion. Also, like, I don't think they're called bongos. Someone is going to tell me what the actual name of the drum is. It made 12 times too many cameos, to say the least. Thank you to, it's going to pop up in a second, I believe. Maybe. To my, thank you so much, My says, the YouTube video has over 2 million views. I'm surprised. I wonder what the percentage of people that purchase what they're selling. Yeah, so when I was watching live, there was 200 and something thousand. Now, I heard just from people in the chat and people who have commented on my video since, my old video, a lot of people that came like from the actual event came to my other video where I was previewing what the scam was going to be. And people said that there was like 400,000 until they made the pitch about halfway through the event, and then they left and it dropped down to 200,000, which is still a lot. So even if I think it's like 10% were to purchase a $400 thing, let's do the math real quick. 10% of so 10% of 400,000 is what, everybody? What is 10%? 400. I'm just doing this for you. I definitely know the answer, but I'm just like, just cause like, I know like not everyone's a math genius like me. Okay. $40,000 times 400 is $16 million. Yeah. So if even 10% of people purchased on a 400,000, they're saying 2.5 million people were there. I don't know if that's true. They're saying between Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom, that all collectively was like 2 point something million, 2.5. So even if 10% of those people, it's even more. So I think they made a lot of money. And they had some technical issues as well, which was pretty hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll kind of jump around a little bit and show you some of the funny stuff, and then we'll go to the more, we'll analyze the hard pitch, which is a big part of this. And I wanna say,
this is gold, straight up.
This is gold, straight up. Also, get ready for some
deep belly laughs.
We need to pull some Matthew McConaughey quotes. There's one from Marie Forleo that I already know is going to be one. And also, our friend Tony Robbins was there.
What excites me most is see a person die.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. But also, just anyone here from the Hollisville News, it's in the description, but we will be talking about Dave Hollis's autopsy results. That came out yesterday as well. So it was a big day yesterday at the Matthew McConaughey scam, 6-hour seminar. And then Dave Hollis autopsy results came out. We'll talk about that later on. So if you're here for that, just check back in later. It'll be coming, and the vibes will change a little bit. We'll get a little bit more serious because the results were pretty shocking and serious. So for now, let's start off fun and free, and then we'll backtrack. So also, one of the perks, the priceless perks of this Art of Livin virtual event, and also the next iteration, which is called the Roadmap with McConaughey. They also say that having a Facebook, well, they didn't say Facebook group, but having a group is priceless. So they can, they could charge $1 million for having a Facebook group, but they're choosing to just give you the low price of $400. So, and thank you again to Heather, and thank you again to Miss Katie Bell. Okay, just want to make sure. Oh, and also, I hear another one. Thank you, KT. KT says, catching a Kia stream is straight up gold. You know it.
This is gold, straight up.
And did you know that
her charisma is straight up off the charts.
My charisma is straight up off the charts. Thank you, KT. Okay, so this is where a lot of sadness lies. Only because, and I say that, I don't mean it sad as in like, oh, wow, sad, these people are sad. I just mean it that like there's a lot of hopeful people, and I know that they have good intentions for the most part. They're coming to these types of events. I've been in the rooms with these people, and I was one of these people. So I sort of, devolved from eager participant into working in the industry in a small capacity into being a hater, skeptic, critic. But I like these people that go and they want to improve their lives. I have sympathy for them, but I also want to just like shake them and go, you don't need this. Like, stop, be realistic. Do you really think this celebrity who's going to make it seem like his target audience is people who are going through a hard time. He's already said that basically in all of the marketing that has been done. It's like, do you not know like where your life is going? Do you not know how to identify good in your life? Do you feel like you're meant for more? Very important. They say meant and not made. And then, so people from all spectrums, probably on the lower side of income, on the lower side of success, coming, and then him asking, give me $400 and I'll share my secrets with you. It's like, really? This celebrity dude needs $400 from, your Aunt Lucille who's at home and going through a rough time? It's so icky to me. Anyways, so this is a place where you can interact with these people. And it sucks. And there's a lot of people who posted their photos, like people are in the hospital, like showing all their notes and inspirational quotes. And you know what? Like, that's awesome. Love kangaroos. I love dogs. If you want to come in here and share your piece, great. It makes me feel sad looking through these photos and people's stories. And I'm like, you're not going to solve the issues that you're talking about in anything that Matthew McConaughey has to sell you. I'm sorry. Like, it's the most generic bullshit advice. And all of the inspirational speeches are just to lead you to buy the next thing. And that's what it all is about, baby. That's all it's about. It's to make you feel, and I kind of broke it down on my notes, but basically it's like, introduce the people who are speaking as like gurus in their own way, right? Then you explain why the event exists, because you're so smart that you found your way here, or it's because it's divine intervention. Okay, that's like you feel comfortable. If you're feeling weird about being here, don't. It's guided by God, okay? Then Matthew McConaughey asks you to write down like your biggest fears, your biggest mistakes in life, all the things that you regret into the chat to like keep honor and integrity with yourself. So now you're thinking about all the mistakes you've made, all of the things you feel bad about yourself. So you're feeling like insecure because you're typing and thinking about these things and you're sharing them in a public space. Okay, so now you're getting in the mode of like, I'm lowering my inhibitions, I'm sharing, I'm like opening up my walls, I'm more susceptible to emotional manipulation. Then they talk about how important community is and put into question that the people in your life currently aren't the right people to get you to where you, who are so smart at home, where you need to go. Like the people this is the thing that we talked about with Rachel Hollis's content. Like, oh, your sister doesn't support you by joining Monate? Dump her and come and join us, because we will just gaslight you into thinking this is a great experience no matter what the truth is. So they're trying to do that here, which is like, people just don't understand us as if we're all a collective. Me and Matthew McConaughey are like just going through the same problems. So that's like the beginning, and then it's going to get worse. Thank you, Tatiana Makovinkin. Ooh, Makovinkin. I like that. Tatiana picked a Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by red hearts. Well, that makes me feel like this.
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
So many priceless, juicy nuggets we're about to talk about. Thank you. And also, what else can I say? Let me say this.
Somebody ought to smack you.
That's what I say to anyone in the audience, and I mean it lovingly. Thank you, Tatiana. And also, thank you for Alaska Blood Tundra. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Appreciate, always. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate that here. And everyone that's joining, welcome, welcome. And we'll say this.
My eyebrow stays on.
My eyebrow stays on. Also,
People want their news from flawless, beautiful faces.
That's what Alaska Blue Tundra told me one time. And also thank you to Kelly in CT who said, all right, all wrong. McConaughey. I love that. Like if you have con in your name, you're basically probably going to be a con artist. That seems to be the truth. And also one more for Alaska Blue Tundra.
You're not freaking fine.
You're not freaking fine, everybody. Seek official, real mental health training or in-person support or free online support that is not trying to sell you anything. Okay. So, and what else? I was going through my list of like how they do this. So they make you vulnerable because you're sharing all your big mistakes. They tell you not to trust people in your life and that you need to be surround yourself with people who are on the same journey as you. Okay, so going right into the community that they're going to be offering in this course. Then they say the biggest thing in your life is that you don't trust enough. That sounds like something a scammer would say, in my opinion. Marie said that it's never going to be the right time to do the things you want to do. So you just better do it. It's not too late. So if you're, contemplating buying this course, just do it now. What do you have to lose? Just do it. You don't want to waste time. And then Dean is going to say that he's just like you. His family doesn't come from much and he understands the struggle, but look at him. It's really worked out for him. And that's sort of the basic structure of trying to get you to buy. It's all about buying. There's not there might be a tiny sliver of like inspiration, but most of it, again, is to bring you back in and to say, okay, do you feel good? Have you been emotionally manipulated enough yet? Now we're going to do it again. And now we go to the next level. And unfortunately, this is how these things survive. So let's go to here. We didn't watch this last time. This was put out, and it's going to kind of give you an example of how awkward some of these interactions have been. This is in the group, and they did this, I guess as a preview. This is 24 hours before the actual event aired, and now they're going to be, they're in the sunset together, Dean and Matthew McConaughey. Dean must be like so proud of himself that he pulled this shit off, like
tomorrow's the day.
I don't know. It was awkward energy. And Matthew, honestly, Dean is sort of used to this cheesy ass delivery where it's like you're talking to children. That's how it felt the whole time. I was watching this and it felt like it was a speaker at a middle school trying to get you to like think about college. You guys, I can tell you guys are really smart. You guys are really smart. Throw a heart in the chat if you're really smart and you're going to think about going to college. Like that's the style. And there's one shot, I'll bring it up. It was like a screenshot I took where it shows Matthew McConaughey reading a teleprompter, but he delivers the message as if it's coming off the dome the whole time in this like super poetic, I'm just like a cool natural guy, but you can see the teleprompter with the actual words that he is saying basically verbatim. So the whole vibe, I would have been not okay with it, but I would have been more okay with it if Matthew McConaughey got involved and was like, I don't know about this, I'm just here to like bring people together and I just want to talk about my life and my book and da-da-da. But no, he was reading a script very dramatically, almost in tears at different points. So I'm going to watch the first like 10 seconds of this just to give you a little preview of what's to come in this video.
Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow's the day.
Can you hear this?
What's up, everybody?
April 24th is tomorrow.
Why should they come? Why should you come? You're here.
All right. I'm gonna not even go on a limb. I'm gonna have my heels on the ground and say, I do not think that there's a way to have better time spent than spending time with what we got prepped for y'all tomorrow.
Are you convinced? Are you convinced this guy's going to change your life yet? Because I am. Let me tell you, that was empowering right there. Okay, so that was just a preview. And so I was 20 minutes ago when I was explaining this. So there was a VIP upgrade that they wanted you to get, which started at $47 for the upgrade and went up to like $97, I believe. So if you did the upgrade, You had to pay. You got to be on a private Zoom, get extra Q&A with McConaughey at the end of the event, and you donated 25 meals to Feeding America. So you had to go to a different website to sign up for that.
Hey, McConaughey.
And of course, he's in his studio. And this turns out, if you remember from the last stream, this studio that I was like, what the fuck? Like, why is he in a sound stage with his alleged Airstream, a surfboard with green lights and like a coat rack with pelts on it, and he has a typewriter. It's like the weirdest set that's supposed to be naturally his life. Anyways, that's the set where he recorded all of the like course material. So that set is not going anywhere. Thanks, Soft Reset. Welcome. Let's see. I think, okay, no new comments. Okay, perfect. All right, so this is the website to upgrade. And like I said, it costs, you can get a bundle for $64, which I guess gives you, I don't know, something else, an extra. Or you could get the lifetime bundle, which got you lifetime access to the replay because, of course, you need 6-hour sales pitch to watch for the rest of your life. You got an extra live bonus hour of training. Okay, that's asking McConaughey questions on a Zoom call. Now, this is a new one. Exclusive McConaughey takes. Extra free bonus. Get a sneak peek with my exclusive McConaughey takes. McConaughey's bringing you behind the camera for some of his favorite movies and what they meant to him. Now, this is something rarely shared and rarely seen, except in every like extras in any movie ever created. But okay. It's his perspective on how he transformed into his characters and drew on his personal experiences to bring them to life. A select few will have these videos for life, and this is your chance to be one of those few. Why would I want that? And also, any podcast episode he's done in his whole life, I'm sure these questions would come up and he'll share the same information. And then donating 25 meals to Feeding America. Wonderful. Okay. To get that, it is $77 on top of the $64 for the Art of Living lifetime bundle. So I guess, let's see, if I add that together, because I can't do math, $141 you could pay. So before you even get sold to for 6 hours, you could spend $141 being ripped off, in my humble opinion. Now, you may do this course and get everything you want out of it. Why you would want this, I don't understand. So maybe we just have differences of what we find valuable in life. But if you think it's going to change your life, I think you're wrong. But, you know, to each its own. Okay, this is sort of long, but it's a minute.
McConaughey here, and I just wanted to jump in real quick and say congratulations for reserving your seat and committing to showing up. Look, in times like these, a lot of us are uncertain. We are searching. We are asking the question, man, is this all there is? Is this how it's gonna be? We're committed to helping you rethink how you can get from where you are to where you wanna be. But hey, let's admit this, all right? This commitment, it's two-sided.
Oh, yeah.
You got ours, now we need yours.
Yeah, you give your money to me, and we deliver recorded videos of me talking about me. That's commitment right there.
Put the date in your calendar. Write it down on your hand, put it on your phone, do whatever it takes to be there. Tattoo it on the inside of your eyelids. Anyway.
He was like this, by the way, like the whole time, goofy as hell. I was like, are you all right? The bongo playing or the drum playing and the quirky like laughing and him going like this every 5 seconds. It was wackadoodle time. And not to like make fun of him. I know he's like traditionally good-looking celebrity who I normally would think of like as like, wow, pretty, you know, attractive. He's looking a little bit rough to me. I don't know if that's the vibe he's trying to go for because it's like the scenery here is like Airstream countryside with a surfboard, but he could have like, you know, cleaned it up a little. And like his shirt that he actually wears in the actual event is like a dress shirt, but he didn't tuck it in and it's wrinkly. It's very weird.
It's gonna be something special, all right? I'm gonna be there, it's gonna be live, and I'm only gonna do this one time, all right? So if life is gonna try and distract you from showing up, well, just don't let it do it. Shut your eyes and read the inside of your eyelids. Now look, You already saved your seat, and you can attend the event for free on YouTube or Facebook. But if you're someone who likes to go all in, I got something pretty cool.
If you're stupid, if you're that type of person who likes to waste their money, no offense, you can also pay me for the same material. You can do it on Zoom, the worst of those options.
Off you. It's something that we're calling the VIP Fast Pass. When you upgrade to the VIP Fast Pass, instead of joining us on YouTube and Facebook, you get a private Zoom room
Why'd I want that?
with me and my guest. This way, I can actually see you, your name, your face to face with me and I to you during the event. Plus, to reward.
There was like 2 million people there. You think Matthew McConaughey looked at every one of those people and was like, I see you, I feel you, I am you. Pay me now. This ain't over, bitch. I need $300 more.
Reward you for committing to yourself. When the event is over, for everyone else, you get to stay in the private Zoom room for an extra hour of Q&A. Again, just me, just you. And lastly, when you
And 200,000 of my closest friends.
upgrade today, we're gonna do some good for those in need by donating 25 meals to Feeding America. Now, while it
I have a feeling that everything he's reading, everything he's doing, everything to the word is written by Dean Graziosi or whoever writes his stuff, because all of the words and everything sound exactly like him, cheesy like him. And Matthew McConaughey tried to like make it him, but he's reading a script and Dean Graziosi is the director, is my guess, because I found it to be unlike his typical way of speaking. Even the way of speaking he does on like his own Matthew McConaughey YouTube channel, goofy as hell as well, but this is like scammy goofy.
It'd be cool if there were no limits of how many people could upgrade to the Fast Pass. The truth is, there is a cap.
Yeah,
How many
right.
people can physically fit inside each of our private Zoom rooms. So come on, save your seat. And if you want to upgrade to the VIP Pass, you can just click on that button below and I'll see you there on the Zoom. Until then, in the meantime and all times, just keep living.
Thank you, McConaughey. Yeah, of course, everyone knows there's a physical limit to Zoom.
Hey, McConaughey here.
Okay. So that's before you even get there. Okay, now the big event is here, the big moment, right? It started 51 minutes in advance, so there's a timer. If you can see it. There's the timer. Okay? And we're just going to watch that for 51 minutes, see if anything happens. I'm just kidding. Okay, we're going to scooty through here. Okay, at like 5 minutes left, it starts to show him kind of being like him and all these. Oh, it's like also the music. That was the vibe the whole time, by the way. Okay, so 5 minutes in, they start showing, like Matthew reading a book. I'm going to put on mute for a second. Matthew reading a book. The green lights on wood. Ooh. Ooh, so good. I'm so inspired. Okay, 39 seconds. So again, there was technical issues throughout this entire thing. Not horrible, bad ones, but little hiccups that, I think the universe was trying to give us a signal, guys, to shut the fuck up because there was a lot of technical problems, especially when it came to Tony Robbins. And I think that was the funniest moment out of the video. So we'll watch that shortly. But okay, it's starting. 7 seconds. Let's do it. And I don't know who this lady is. I've never heard of her before. Her name's Carissa, I guess. I think she's associated with Dean. She, to me, appears like a children's television host or something. Like, hi guys, I'm here to teach you about letters. What does this letter say? Loser. No, sorry. Okay, my bad. That's what the vibe I got from her, but I'll let you judge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm blocking it. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Okay. Oh yeah. Here's another big part of this. There was a fake soundtrack for clapping cheering and laughing. If you've watched any of these MLM events that have gone on virtually, they have the same crap. It's like the same studio, I'm pretty sure. And it's like, does anyone have fear of death? Woo! You just hear like the same exact sound effect throughout the whole thing. So that'll come up quite a bit. No audio. No audio. Audio room. Somebody's getting fired now. You're muted, girl. You're muted. No one can hear you. Better get my skins out. This is really good quality entertainment. I'm learning so much. Sitting in silence. Sitting in silence. Okay. So she's talking to nobody. This is not me. This is what actually happened. So she's just talking.
In store for you today, and we are so
we go.
excited. My question is, how are you feeling out there?
I'm
Show
feeling
us with
deaf.
your body. Get inside the chat box. We've got Facebook, YouTube, Zoom. How you feeling? My name is Carissa Kuchis, and I will be your MC for the day today. I'm here basically to help you get the most out of this virtual event, especially if this is your very first time tuning in to an incredible experience like this. You know, some of you, and let us know in the chat box right now which category you fall in. Some of you maybe have connected with Matthew throughout the years through the movies, or maybe in the book Green Lights, and some of you maybe just landed.
Also, in this first part, I started, because it was silent, I started watching these people's screens. Okay, one of them is completely blue for some reason. Some guy over here eventually is going to be driving like, it looks like a school bus while he's tuned into this. And then someone else is like walking around like erratically. And it's pretty funny to watch the screen. This is in the exclusive, I guess, VIP Zoom room. So they get put up on the screen. Thank you. It's coming in a second. Thank you. JLB Nerdy. I appreciate this. She says, this is hazard pay for sitting through this. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that. I did spend 5 hours plus already watching this today and yesterday. So I applaud myself for that. Thank you, JLB Nerdy. And for that, I say,
I don't know if anybody has worked as hard on this topic as I have.
right? That's me. And also,
you look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
She kind of does, in a nice way, like a character. She looks a little cosplay-ish. Thank you, JLB Nerdy. I appreciate that. Okay, she's continuing to explain, then we'll jump around.
At an event like this for the very first time, you saw an ad, you got invited by a friend, and you're like, holy smokes, how the heck did I even get here? And now you're a couple minutes away from hanging out with Matthew freaking McConaughey. Is that not the craziest thing? So
they're acting like all these people are gonna hang out with him and have a drink or something. Like, you're on a Zoom call or watching a YouTube video. It's not the craziest thing ever, actually.
I've got a couple housekeeping items to help support you having the most incredible virtual event you can possibly have. Number one, as you can see, we are in an interactive virtual studio. If this is your very first time tuning in to an interactive training event of this capacity, I want you to throw in the chat box first time. You know, what's different about today, it's not just like watching a Matthew McConaughey.
Put in, I'm a virgin.
Hey, movie kicking back.
You'll get no creepy messages, we promise.
With some popcorn. This is actually deeply interactive. So if you're a VIP, give me a wave right now. You're actually on a Zoom call with Matthew McConaughey today. How nuts is that?
So nuts. It's almost like you just paid for it. It's crazy. It's almost like a transaction was had occurred for $47 plus. Thank you, Rebecca Romana. Thank you so much. Rebecca Romana says, and also welcome, Susan. I was on a river float and fell asleep off the tube and almost drowned, but this guy who looks like McConaughey pulled me up and safe. And I said, thank you, Matthew McConaughey, and promptly fell asleep. His name was Matthew. Wow. Whoa, I made you big and giant. That is quite a story. That sounds like basically what is going on here today at this event. Like they were found and they had an interaction this deep and they were saved. Their life was saved and yours as well. Thank you, Rebecca. How's your Viking homework going, by the way? We all want to know what the score was for your last Viking quiz.
Bold-faced lie.
Just kidding. We really want to know.
No.
Just kidding. But
there's a first for everything.
And also, everyone, if you're an alpha female, leave an alpha female giant hat in the chat.
I've been an alpha female.
For Rebecca Romana. Thank you very much, Rebecca. We appreciate it. And I'm glad that you were rescued by McConaughey. All these people were as well. Okay, back to Carissa. Okay, also, it's coming up, but I just want to point out again. So you got the wave like this, and then she's going to say, put your finger on your nose, and then she's going to say, shake your body, which again, just to me proves the point of this is made for children who are of adult age. And at 58 minutes, we'll skip to it, she calls Dean Graziosi the most creative innovator of our lifetime. So if you're ready to have a deep belly laugh, it's coming up.
Deep belly laughs.
Here we go.
And go ahead and put your cameras on, okay? This is a camera on experience. And then, Lena, and I got to tell you something. Please remember your camera is on, okay? Wink, wink. For everybody else, whether you're tuning in.
Do you hear that laugh track, though? It is so bad.
And on Facebook or YouTube or Zoom, one of the most important ways that you're going to communicate today with Matthew
This is a
McConaughey
fan.
and all of the incredible speakers that hit this stage.
This fan is learning so
inside of your
much.
chat box. So if you know where your chat box is, put a finger on the nose, VIPs. If you're on Facebook or you are on YouTube, I'd like you to locate that chat box today.
I know where it
Everyone
is.
lift your hands up like this and give me a big old wave, okay? Lay your hands on the keyboard.
If I had to go to a work event or a corporate event where this is required of me, I would leave. I'd be like, I'm quitting. I'm not doing it. I'm not putting my fucking finger on my nose. I'm 31 years old. Stop this nonsense. It's like the word infantilizing. I was gonna say emasculating. It's emasculating and infantilizing.
And then leave them there today because that's how you're going to interact and pitch and catch and hang out with Matthew McConaughey and all of our other speakers. They actually want to hear from you. They want to connect with you. They want you to share your interpretation of today and connect with other people, create community, and get the most out of this event. So let's do a test run on YouTube, on Facebook, on Zoom right now. I want you to type in the chat box, all right, all right, all right. We should see all these chats rolling, and they should never stop rolling the entire day today. Let's really create some beautiful energy, okay? Our second tip for you in this beautiful virtual studio, this experience, is dedicate the time. Matthew, the team have planned out literally every single detail of this day, all the way to the very last second. So how many of you are committed to staying all the way until the end today, not missing a minute of this beautiful action? I always like to say to miss a minute is to miss way too much, but plus we have some amazing speakers. You're gonna hear from people like Dean Graziosi, Marie Forleo, Trent Shelton.
Wow.
And we even have the incredible and the amazing Mr. Tony Robbins joining us at the end of the day today. So you're in for a treat. It's going to blow your mind and heart.
After the offer. So basically the big draw obviously is McConaughey. So he comes out early on, and then at the end of the day, so after you had to wait to get pitched to see Tony, because he's like the second head honcho, I would imagine, for people's interest to come to something like this. I went to an in-person event to see Gary Vee and Tony Robbins back in like 2018 or so, in person. And Gary Vee was in the morning, like at 9, and then Tony didn't start till 4 p.m. And we were gonna leave to like have lunch, go do whatever. But they said, no, if you leave, you're not allowed back in. Even though I bought a ticket for like $50 or whatever, they said you can't come back. So you had to sit there and stay there all day. And at first I was like, okay, well, I do want to see Tony, because I was dumb at the time. But in between 9 to 4, it was local scammers or people who were selling courses about, like, at the time there was no crypto, but like real estate and Forex trading and like all this stuff that was, you know, they're like, we set up a system that's perfect. It's only 2 easy payments of $15,000. And it was just like somebody you've never heard of before, and they were trying to pitch to you. Basically, I think they paid Gary and Tony to be there to have these hot leads. Anyways, it's a whole scam. This whole thing is all a scam, just FYI. Anyways, I'm fired up. I'm fired up, guys. Jen Watkins, it's going to come through. Thank you so much. Jen Watkins says, more like Matthew McConaughey's slay. Just kidding. He sucks now, I guess. Sadness. Yeah. I mean, you can go to a movie and spend $35 and enjoy Matthew McConaughey, I think, a million times more than you would probably enjoy him preaching to you about, you know, how to live your life the best. And him going like this and going like this to one camera and like this to another camera. And then going like this. Whoo! Yeah! You'll see a lot of that. Jen Watkins, this is for you.
This is so good.
Thank you. And also, I'll also say,
I don't find anything funny.
That's what I said every time that there's a laugh track that was played on this stupid video. Thanks, Jen.
All right, I got to sit in and be a part of the prep the last 2 days. And what you're about to experience is going to lead you to a land of more love, more passion, more joy, more spunk. Whatever it is you're here for, this is the
more
avenue
spunk.
where you get to create it. The
Gross.
third tip for you, and then we're going to get this party started. If you're ready for the third tip, say, oh, baby, yes, in that chat box.
Oh, baby, yes.
The third tip for
Sorry.
you is energy.
How could I
I've
not?
hosted my fair share of events over the last half decade, and I'll tell you the difference that makes the
Half decade. What an interesting way to tell time. I've been alive for a quarter of a millennia. Okay. You mean 5 years? Okay.
The difference is how you show up and I show up and all of us show up as a community. By the way, is this a community here today? A group of us here to master the art of living. We're starting as strangers, but what's uniting
And we're
us
ending
is
as
that we
strangers
all
as
want
well.
more in some capacity. And so we get to show up and give more to this experience. So check in with yourself right now. Are you sitting back like passively in your chair? Do you have like a million
Yes.
tabs open on your computer? Do you have just
Yes.
one earbud in? Or are you completely and totally engaged? Are you leaned in? Do you have a smile?
Are you listening to the sales pitch we are making to you? Imbeciles. That's what they're saying.
On your face, for God's sakes. Are you ready to experience more is essentially the basis of this question. Yes, my friends? If you want more, it's going to be highly advantageous to give more of yourself to this day. So that is it. If you are ready, make some noise. Let's just shake the body out. Shake off the day. Shake off the weekend. Stretch it up to the ceiling. Lean
See?
over.
Children's show
Come on.
vibes.
Shake that
Mrs.
day
Rogers.
off. And it's time to get this party started. I'm so deeply excited to bring to the stage a man that's going to introduce Matthew McConaughey to you all. And it's the man that's really responsible for
Here it
helping
comes.
make an event of this magnitude possible. There's over 2 million of you guys from 155,000 different countries. And he's going to share the really...
Yeah, someone messaged me that. 150,000 countries. Are we including Mars on this tally? I'm assuming she meant 150. She said 150,000 countries. That's quite a lot. We've added more nations to the UN than I remember.
Million of you guys from 155,000 different countries, and he's going to share the
close
really
enough.
cool backstory of how Matthew McConaughey is even hosting an event like this, bringing his message to all of you.
Wow.
And this man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time, and his name is Dean Graziosi.
Wow, Dean Graziosi, that's a big compliment. My God. Here, hold that. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, what did she say? Is she going to introduce like Thomas Edison over here or who's coming out? Oh no, Dean Graziosi.
Man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time, and his name
What has he done other than sell scam courses, you psychos?
name is Dean Graziosi, and I know some of you in the audience already know Dean, and if not, you're going to fall in love with him. But this man is responsible for helping thought leaders just like Matthew reach the world through their message at a scale beyond what any other human has done. And some of the biggest events you've probably seen online in this category, self-growth, self-exploration, self-development.
They don't say self-help because that's taboo now, so it's self-growth instead.
were actually orchestrated by Dean, and he's the brain behind the Art of Livin, this event.
So he's really the scammer behind it all. He's the Wizard of Oz. Okay, so blame him for the downfall of the world.
And here today in partnership with Matthew. And sure, he's wrote New York Times bestselling books. He's been a part of building a ton of companies. He's created incredible amounts of success, but his claim to fame is 3 things. Number 1,
great cook, 3rd grade spelling bee champ, and huge, I'm just kidding. Huge promises that he made to his customers, okay? Get your heads out the gutters, everybody. Thank you. Did it pop up? Let me see. No, I didn't see that last message. It'll come through. Thank you. Whoever that was. Yeah, we ain't watching the whole 6 hours, by the way. We're going to jump around, but I wanted to get the beginning parts because it's the most setup for us here.
he's an amazing husband. He's an incredible father. And he's most importantly a man on a mission to help important messages, like what we're going to learn today, reach people around the world like us. Dean, Matthew, together, they've been working for months to bring this project to life. And today, I'm so excited you finally get to experience the magic that is the Art of Livin. Are you ready, my friends? Please help me welcome to the stage to kick this beautiful day off. It's Dean Graziosi!
He's got a weird clap, too.
Hey, guys. Hey, everybody.
Weird way to clap. Thank you, D. Patrick Gibbs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I saw your comment from earlier. I saw you got suckered into it. I'm sorry. Welcome. Welcome to the cringe sphere. This is the more fun part of the internet, I think, than this alternative universe. D. Patrick Gibbs says, this super chat was so much more valuable to me than the $47 I spent to attend this VIP bullshit yesterday. Well, thank you for admitting it. Thank you for commenting earlier and for now. And I really, really appreciate your super chat. I do feel like a VIP, a very important PP. Just kidding. I'm sorry. I appreciate that. I'm a little goofy. I'm sorry. I apologize. And for that, I say,
do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
That's what Dean Graziosi says. You either see them his way or the highway. And also, I just want to say... That was Dean. That was not me. Thank you. Thank you again, D. Patrick Gibbs. And welcome to the dark side. All right, here we go.
Now, don't worry. McConaughey will be on in just a few minutes. I just wanted to jump in. For those I'm meeting for the first time, hello.
Yeah, he gets a lot of extra laughs, this guy. They really push the button on the laugh track to make him seem more engaging and enjoyable.
Hello. It's a pleasure. It's a privilege to be here. For those that I see, we know each other.
The fan.
Hey, I wanted to give a little context, a little behind the scenes on how an event like this happens. Why did Matthew McConaughey do the Art of Livin? I figured I'd pull back the curtain here in just a couple of minutes.
It's called for money, Dean. We already know that, okay? That's what all of this is for. We all know. Okay, so let's skip around. So we're already at an hour, 9 minutes in, but there was a 51-minute countdown, so that makes sense. Okay, so he's going to talk about like what the event is and whatever, and then let's get a little closer to a minute 3, and then all of a sudden we're going to start hearing some weird noises.
We have this opportunity to look into a better future for ourselves. And the reason I believe McConaughey is so good, the guy's been journaling for over 30 years. So when you journal, you get to see patterns. This pattern helps me be successful. This pattern helps me go in a different direction, right? And he loves to say, you know, I'm not making A's and straight A's and everything. But think about this. I got to see behind the scenes, behind the curtain, on the amazing relationship with his wife. And it's unbelievable. I got to see behind the curtain of the father that he is, the work he does. He is a hustler. The work he put in to make this event live is unbelievable. Hey, I'm trying to focus over here. Can we, like I'm trying to do an opening here.
Just giving you a little background. All right. We travel everywhere. I love this stuff.
Obviously, he'll be here in 2 seconds. I want to end with this. You have no idea the work that went into this and creating something for you to tap into that full potential, to live into the person you're meant to be. So can we commit to staying all day? Can we commit to going all in? Can you put it in the chat? I commit or I'm all in, McConaughey.
Okay, if anyone knows music, please let me know. Drop it in the chat. Does Matthew McConaughey know how to play the drums? Because I'm convinced he has no idea how to play the drums, because I've seen him, he picks the drum up 15 times through this 6-hour experience, and not once do I feel like, wow, that was a beat that was recognizable. It sounds like someone just going like this. Like, is that all drums are? Am I missing something? I feel like I've heard people play drums before, and it's not what he was producing.
Well, great. Without further ado, Mr. McConaughey.
Chaos. He's like, oh, I'm supposed to say something?
This is my walk-up song.
This is your walk-up song.
I love an entrance song. Thank you. Set that there.
Yeah, this is a nightmare.
Hey, bud.
The guy sitting on the side like... Hopefully this is not copyrighted.
Thank you, Cello. Thank you, Cello.
Who's Cello?
Woo-hoo! Thank you, Dean.
Okay, here's his outfit. Needs an iron or a different shirt. I guess he's going for, I just got fired from my job and I now live in a shack. I don't know. Like, he's like, he got fired because he hasn't showered in 6 weeks and he's just walking from the office like, I don't know. This happens sometimes.
You know, after publishing Green Lights, I was bombarded with the request to go deeper into the approach and reveal some process. And that, serendipitously, is when Tony and Dean called saying, hey, McConaughey, we love your book. We want to go deeper and get even more practical with it.
We want to get deeper into your pockets and into your fans. And this is the perfect way. And baby, you were the mark.
I said, yes. And here we are. After 8 months of creating this project, this one, live, right here, right now, with you, we have all intent.
Okay, this is super random, but this lady over here looks like my mom. I really thought for a second, I was like, holy shit, my mom is watching this. Oh no. Many people don't know, or maybe they do know. I don't really have a great relationship with my mother, so I was like, oh no, I'm being triggered. So that was a separate traumatic event that I was personally having from this event. It's not, though.
Intentions today of supplying what you demand.
Cue the
Dean
music.
and Tony, your ability and desire to influence so many people in such unanimously positive ways is truly inspiring. And the fact that...
Okay, this guy's about to show his penis. Not really, but I don't think he realizes he's... Or maybe he does realize, I don't know.
You're out to do more than just inspire, you know? You're actually here to transform. Amen to that. Thank you for giving me that call. So thank you, Dean. Thank you, Tony. Also Marie, Trent, Carissa, and so many other talented folks behind the scenes.
Angela says, there's Colleen. And for that I say...
There's Colleen.
All right.
They're all Colleen.
For choosing to make the time and do such specific and high-end work that we finally get to share with you today.
God.
All right, now.
Sound effects are so bad.
Here's the biggie, man. Thank you. All of you. Over 2 million of you. You had a choice. You ain't got to be here. You be doing whatever you do every other Monday or any other time, but you're not. You're here. You made the time, you chose to take the risk, and you showed up. Thank you.
He's like almost
Seriously,
in tears.
Thank you for not being lazy with yourself.
Okay, you'd think like that moment is like from the heart. Like, oh, he's saying thank you. Like, oh, there's 2 million of us. Like, oh my gosh. Like, wow, he really cares. Like, that was written into the script. None of this is off the top.
Thank you.
There it is. Look, it says thank you for not being lazy. You see that? So it's like not like that was written in there specifically. And then he's got like notes and stuff over there. That's his view. This poor guy. He's just making a living. He's the only guy really living here. Making a living, if you know what I mean. But yeah, like, okay, I see the teleprompter. Any sort of like, ooh, I just want to share my heart. My heart is, I want to share my heart. Like, it's not, that's just wiped away. So, and like I said, all of it was in this delivery style. None of it is like, I'm here, I want to talk, I'm here, I want to like discuss different topics. No, it is, and that's, again, this is because it's designed to attract the exact right, gullible, unfortunately, person to purchase the $400 course. So they have to make every word count. Sucks because it's not real life. That ain't real living, baby. JB, thank you, JB. JB says, Matthew is not emotionally stable. Neither am I. Who is these days, right?
I am not emotionally stable.
Matthew, McConaughey, whatever your name is, get help.
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
Yeah, he does talk about shiz, actual shiz. He's like, I'm stepping in shiz every day. It's like, okay, we'll get there. Here we go.
For being humble.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks for being curious.
Sorry, I got inspired from being curious. Thank you, Maxwell. Maxwell picked a fan character laughing out loud with tears in their eyes. We're all there. We're all there, sister. And I say to that...
Clear, clear, clear.
And also...
Grandma has lung cancer.
We got to talk about him again. Medical medium. I don't think we're going to have time tonight, but... maybe sooner than later because he's crazy. Okay, back to it. Thank you, Maxwell.
Thank you for being willing to learn.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being so generous with yourself, for being honest and brave enough to interrogate and investigate yourself. Because we all know it's a whole hell of a lot easier not to. Thank you also for not...
This is also like he's performing a monologue where he's actually in like Shutter Island and he's like talking to the mirror or something. This is like the same delivery style.
Being afraid of change and admitting that you want and you need more. Thanks for being courageous enough to find out what the heck your more is and take the journey to get it. Basically, I'm saying thank you for investing in yourself. So, what am I doing here?
Good question.
What are you doing here? You, me, us.
We've been manipulated by social media ads.
Now, I think we're all trying to figure out the riddle. You know, put some rhyme to the reason and answer the bigger existential question of what the hell are we doing here in this life that we're living? In this life that sometimes we feel...
Is that funny? What are we doing here? What are we living for? It's like, okay. Click the wrong button, I think.
Feel like we're not living at all. And I get it.
You get it.
I get it, man. We live in such uncertain times. We are constantly searching for answers. Constantly searching for our sanity even. We're just looking for some solid ground to step on. It's damn hard to find. We're not quite sure how to move forward, much less where we'd be going when we do. Yes, the future, it's foggy. And it seems like on this highway called life, everybody's got their hazard lights on. We're asking the question.
since we're going to be talking about him later, Dave Hollis's whole shtick for Built Through Courage was ocean, boats, nautical theme, the map of your life. You can't sail your life on someone else's map. You have to leave the ship that's in harbor because ships are meant to be on the ocean, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that was his whole thing, his whole premise. This is all about driving on the highway, the route you take to get to life. There's red lights and green lights and yellow lights, and we're all on a journey in the car. You're in the driver's seat. He's riding shotgun. Trent Shelton's in the back, and someone called him Shelton the other day. Is it Trent Shelton? Yeah. She called him Shelton, and I was like, his name's Trent. And I'm like, oh, I guess its last name's Shelton. But I thought this was kind of funny. Like, what an interesting wrong name. Anyways, in the chat. Okay. Had to be there, I guess. JLB Nerdy, thank you again. JLB Nerdy says, getting Black Mirror vibes so bad. Yeah, this is the utopia that no one wants. But we will get, and we are receiving right now. So. And also.
The mango frequency. That's
going to be Black Mirror as well, the mango frequency. I saw the guy who did the mango frequency do an interview the other day, and it was something. So I'm gonna have to talk about mango frequency again, just to do an update. Okay, back to Matthew.
Is this all there is?
I hope not.
Is this just how it's got to be? We don't know who to trust. We don't know what to believe in.
Okay, he's about to have the most evil laugh I've ever heard coming up soon. Just FYI, get ready.
So what do? We find ourselves chasing every single fad that the world tells us we should chase. And none of them seem to get us where we want to go. No, they just have us going in circles, revolving, getting dizzy, instead of evolving.
Thank you for demonstrating that, Matthew.
And you know what I'm sorry and congratulations at the same time fact of our situation is?
Huh?
No one's come to save us. That's the first thing we gotta admit. No.
I guess it came off more evil before, but that was what I was talking about. No one's coming to save us. Listen to it again. Thank you, JB. JB says, the shaky camera work is making me car sick, Matt. Oh, yeah. They all get up close into the camera at some point. They all whisper something at some point. It must be like some psychological tactic or something. So I think he's just nervous and the guy just can't keep up because he does at one point get so close to the camera, it goes blurry. So I think the guy's like fighting for his life over here with the camera, or woman. Because we are videographers out there. There are women videographers. Like, hey, we exist. So for that I say,
you have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
That's what Trent Shelton's entire speech sounded like, just FYI. And at the end of it, he's like, I care about you, so that's why you gotta buy this course. And he's like, I went to Africa, with like no explanation about why Africa was interesting to him, why he went there, what he actually did there. He's like, if I could go to Africa, you could do anything you want. It's like, what? What were you in Africa for? Please go into detail. Doesn't go into detail. So that's coming up. Janja Lowe, thank you so much. Janja Lowe says, Rachel at home taking notes, then change the name and do this same training in a couple months and be like, I'm so original. Okay, to be fair, Rachel Hollis came up with, well, she didn't. She took it from someone else, allegedly, but she earlier stole it from someone else, Made for More, which was like, you are made for more. Your life as it is sucks. You're made to be better, made for more. That was her whole brand. They have now co-opted Meant for More, and I looked it up on the trademark search, and it actually belongs to the husband, I guess, or the husband of a self-help author who's in Idaho. So I don't know if they got paid for the phrase because it was copyrighted in 2021. So they used Meant for More quite a bit in this whole thing, at least 5 times, I believe. So I'm interested to know if that's going to be a problem. They should sue if they haven't already, or didn't get some sort of payout for them kind of like using it as a sales tactic. I don't know if you can do that, but if you can, I would sue. Thank you, Jangelo. And for that I say,
This is just stupid.
Which it is. Okay, here we go. We're going to watch the evil laugh again.
No one's come to save us. That's the first thing we got to admit.
It's creepy. I'm sorry.
No, that genie in a bottle is still just a genie.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this part. This part comes up. Oh, thank you, Kat. What Patrick Gibbs is talking about, D. Patrick Gibbs, McConaughey, we'll play it in a second, but basically he has a dream that he has a wet dream. So he's aroused by this somehow. And he says that, like, he's like, no, it actually was a wet dream of him in Africa on the Amazon River, which he understands doesn't make sense, but he went to Africa anyways. So there was a lot of Africa talk, which did not have any context, and I'm confused about it. So we'll get there, promise.
Lottery ticket. Probably ain't gonna hit the jack.
Kat, thank you. Hold on. Before I move on, Kat says, Mom, can we go home? I'm scared. No, we must change our life on the highway to hell, but no one's coming to save us. The moment you realize no one's coming to save us. Crying. Kendra, what do you have to say?
This girl a mess, y'all.
Matthew McConaughey is not a girl, but he is a mess. Y'all, he is a mess. Here we go. Thank you, Kat.
Jackpot. And those goals and dreams that we have ain't gonna reach themselves on their own.
Yes, Mary. He doesn't care, though.
That's why right now is the time to adapt, to evolve, to take inventory. That's why right now is the time to...
Okay, so we're going to skip ahead a little bit because he goes on for quite a while. The same cadence, the same thing. I want you to analyze this for me. What is the purpose of the movement that he does here? Okay, I'm going to let you watch it.
Admit. Yes. I just rhymed again. Guilty. I do that all the time. Can't help myself. All right, everybody ready? Ready to clean house?
Okay, I'm going to
ready
mute
to
myself.
All right? Buckle up.
Here. What is he doing right now?
Got that.
He literally took a book. Okay. Like this. And then put it back down. And then walked back to the same position he was in before. Am I missing something? What's going on? Luna, thank you, Luna. Luna says, my mom asked me to go to this with her. Thanks for your content, because when I saw Tony Robbins on the list, I knew it would be like this and warned her off it. Whew, that's good. You have a good relationship with your mom, it sounds like, because she listened to you, which is nice. I'm glad for you. I'm not bitter at all, I promise. Thank you, Luna. I'm glad that you did that good work. And you're welcome for the content. I can't help it. I could not help but talk about this. It's too funny. And for that, I say...
I peed my pants.
I peed my pants. And also...
We hate him.
That's us to Matthew McConaughey. We hate that what this is doing to you, Matthew McConaughey, and your legacy and your possible political ambitions, because they're down the toilet, okay? This is what he has to say to us.
Whatever.
Yeah, we know. Thank you, Luna. Yeah, well, what the heck was that? I don't understand what the point of that was.
First thing we're gonna do. That.
One more time.
Got that.
I don't think he thought that the camera was following him.
First thing we're gonna do.
We're not going to
Name, claim, and declare. Yes, it is time for you to admit why you are here. I know.
So start to get emotionally manipulated. 101. Start to share your deepest insecurities with Matthew McConaughey. That's what he's asking. Okay. And we're going to go a little ahead, not too much, to like 119.
And approved. Why?
So they changed the background. If you can't notice, there's no more faces behind him anymore. Hold on. And I don't know how they did that so smoothly. because it's like
already that arrogant self-judgment is probably starting to sneak in on some of you.
Faded just slightly in the background. Do you see that?
But hey, kick
it's amazing.
It out. Again, this is a free speech zone, and there is no gavel in this court today. Speak, think, and write freely. Raise your hand and say, yes, I. Because today, we are both guilty and approved at the same time. Name it, claim it, and declare it. Write it down. Put it in the chat. Why are you here?
I feel threatened. Okay, now normal people are like, put it in the chat. This, first of all, this is nothing about this is normal, but we're already here. So he's now going to read the chats by playing drums. Okay, so I'm also going to do that. Got my skins.
There we go.
There
coming
we go.
Into the chat. Thank you. Keep them coming, baby. Woo!
Can he play drums? Please let me know again.
Well, why am I here? I'm here because
money.
I admit
had a lobotomy.
That I'm still not living up to the man that I want and need to be.
Uh-huh.
I admit that I know that I'm not yet the person that I got the capacity to be. I admit that sometimes I don't believe in myself enough. And I admit that I still have a whole lot more to learn and that I need more courage to be more honest with myself. I also admit that I'm here because I am not making straight A's and everything that I'm preaching about. All right? And stuff that I've already learned, I'm still not living up to. But I'm going to keep working on it. That's why I'm here. So your turn.
God.
Why are you here? Again, no judgment, no shame or blame. Just admit it.
Manipulation.
Can you admit?
Okay, let's read some just to see. I admit I am not at my full potential. I need more guidance, but I think I'm saying guidance to claim my confidence back. I'm here because somehow I became stuck and I can't figure it out. My mom is very sick and I just feel a bit alone. I have a job I hate, not making money I should be at this time in my life. I am here because I have no idea how to move forward and let the new me emerge. I am here to believe I can. Okay, none of these things are going to be solved again or make you feel better, probably, most likely, by doing a self-paced online course that's going to also enroll you in a program that costs like $48 a month that you have to cancel if you aren't not careful and have to pay for it for the rest of your life, probably.
Maybe something that you've been lying to yourself about? Can you admit where maybe you're coming up short? Can you admit where maybe you need to improve your aim? Can you admit?
Excuse me.
What maybe you need to double down on in your life to have more?
Maybe.
Can you admit to what maybe you need less of in your life to have more?
I think McConaughey needs less money because it's gone to his goddamn head. It's made him nuts.
Why are you here?
Here.
Admit it. Write it down.
What acting style is this? Is this a method? Tell me. Please let me know.
Put it in the chat.
Also, the drum is mic'd up. So they meant it to be important in this experience. It has a literal lav mic, which is like a wireless mic that is not cheap.
Get it out.
Admit that I need less Netflix and wine. Courage to really be myself with no fear of judgment. Oh boy. Okay, so that goes on for a while. 121. We already did that. The weird walk. Oh yeah, he just walks around. Okay, we're gonna skip ahead to 124, where he has another weird evil laugh. Maybe not evil, but.
I'm lonely. I want to find some happiness with myself. I need less self-judgment. I want to keep stepping. I want to keep growing. I want to be a better mom. I don't believe what I know.
Hey!
I want passion and purpose. I want to love myself. I want to escape.
My life is changing. My life is changing without a G. Lady V. It's going to pop up in a second. Thank you so much, Lady V. Lady V says, I played your IG story clip of him drumming today with my coworkers. It was such a wonderfully cringy and entertaining addition to our workday. Yeah, the technical difficulty part. Oh my God. That's a moment that will go down in history, I think, as one of the most awkward self-help moments of all time. And I'm glad that I got to witness it live on this when I was watching, so I didn't miss it. We'll get to it in like a couple minutes probably. We can skip ahead, but basically Tony can't hear. He's like struggling, and Matthew's like, we're gonna fix this audio issue. And then he goes and grabs the drum, and then it's just like playing the drum silently basically while they fix it. It's super awkward. So I'm glad that brought you some joy today. Choose joy at all times by watching my videos. Thank you, Lady V. And for that I say
vacation labia.
And also,
I am dating the most evolved human being.
That's Matthew McConaughey. We're dating him now, collectively. Thanks, Lady V. Okay, more of him reading people's comments with a drum and a backtrack.
The corporate rat race. I need some more forgiveness. I need some more resilience. I want to do more.
Yeah. Bring it around town.
I want to find genuine happiness. Believe in myself and my future. I want to be all of me. And I want to feel more. I want to wake up. Cheryl.
Welcome, Poetry Mafia.
I want joy. I want some more fulfillment. I want some satisfaction. I want to follow my North Star.
Okay, it's coming up.
I want to be the best version of me that I can be. I want to serve more people. I want my fiance to feel whole again. I want to be more generous. I want to ride Space Mountain every day. Get a ticket on your UFO, baby.
Does he not know what Space Mountain is? I want to get a ticket on your UFO, baby. Woo! It's like Space Mountain is a Disney ride. Have you worked for Disney at some point? Haven't you done a Disney movie, Matthew McConaughey? I think Space Mountain is like a euphemism or something. I don't know. I don't think he understood what that person was talking about. Paige Wallace. Thank you so much, Paige Wallace. I don't see a thing, but thank you. And for that I say,
I'm about to mess this up.
That's what that drum was saying to Matthew. That's what that audio technician was saying to Tony Robbins. Thank you, Paige. I appreciate it. And Kimberly Cossé, thank you so much. Kimberly Cossé says, Toilet Gate to Pancake Gate and now Bongo Gate. I know. It's the thing that never stops. No matter what, I could talk all day long for the next 100 years and there'll be another grift that I can make fun of. So we have unlimited resources and unlimited things to make content about these days.
I'm kind of a beast.
And we all know Matthew is probably...
I happen to be an empath myself.
He happens to be an empath himself. And also...
Everything always is connected.
There you go. Rachel said it best. Okay, so that was a weird comment that I wrote down to bring up about Space Mountain. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kimberly, and thank you to Paige. Okay, so now we're going to go to this weird thing that he does at 1:29. And you, again, let me know what the hell is going on. Okay, he's going to wrap up his thought, and then he's going to do like some little like reset.
Tools. Those are what we are going to need to build that rocket ship to get us to those stars that we're shooting for. The ones we're trying to reach. That is not an illusion. That is reality. Admit it.
This.
Number 3.
Okay, that shot also, I was like, is he a short king? Is he tiny? Like, how tall is he? He looks very, I guess it's like the blocking of the pants and the shirt. I'm like, this guy's 5'5", you know, like my height. But apparently he's 6 foot. I think it's just this bad camera angle that makes people look smaller than they are. But that's a little weird. What is going on? What is happening? Deliver the line, walk in circle, blow air. For dramatic effect.
Number 3.
Okay. All right. So that's nothing. He's just going through like different things to like the top 10 things that you need to think about changing your life, work on, whatever. Let's go to 150. There's like a weird story he tells about visiting a monastery, which I feel like is the fakest story I've ever heard, but you know, I'll let you be the judge. And yeah, we'll just play it. It's a monastery in New Mexico.
Is that making me feel gross. Some of them make me feel like I just hadn't really.
He's like in tears again, apparently. Let me go back a little bit. He's getting his Oscar, you know?
What I felt were sins of my mind, sins of my flesh, sins of my deeds.
So he's got sins, and he's now going to take care of them at the monastery, okay?
Newfound indulgences that were making me feel gross. Some of them make me feel like I just hadn't really earned them or deserved them. Or maybe I didn't even want them. I went on and on and on with my confession. Brother Christian patiently listening as he walked beside me.
Oh, wait, let me go back. Hold on.
Of me, and they even told me so.
Hold on. That was the end of it. Hold on. We got to watch the whole thing.
The weekend, a very successful box office and critical applause.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about himself. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Here we go.
Anybody remember that? Movie I made, A Time to Kill. Anybody remember that?
Okay, A Time to Kill. I don't think I saw that movie that he made, but this is in that time frame if you're familiar with A Time to Kill.
Well, it opened up on the weekend, a very successful box office and critical applause. And within 72 hours, that opening weekend, I suddenly became famous, a movie star. And I could greenlight movies in Hollywood. Everybody seemed to love me, and they even told me so out loud. Things that I had talked about before that nobody listened to.
This is in 96.
Now, not only were they listening to, but they were putting it in big, bold print. I was on the cover of a lot of magazines. Next to my face on the cover of GQ magazine, it even said, Matthew McConaughey saves the movies. Oh, I didn't know the movies needed saving, but I was on top of the world, right?
Wrong.
Negatory? No.
I say that all the time, negatory.
See, that overnight tidal wave of applause and affluence had understandably thrown me off balance.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure he's reading this on a teleprompter, this part here. I think he read the comments from the comment scrolling that he was just picking them out. I believe that this is actually still scripted completely.
Ironically, my confidence was very fickle.
Because who talks like this?
Because I was confused, man.
Nobody.
I had a hell of a lot more questions than I did answers.
It's a monologue.
Certain? I was not.
Certain? I was not. Who the fuck talks like this? And I guess he's not lying. They're not hiding it necessarily that it's a script written, but it's just like, I thought this is supposed to be a cool time for cool people. Like, who's cool that reads you a script while they're speaking to you and in a hanging out conversation?
You see, I didn't feel like I had earned the sudden success, the attention, the affection, the overnight fame. And I started to feel guilty about it. Why me? Geez, do I deserve this? What's real? What's not real? So I did what in hindsight I now know was a very smart thing. I got the hell out of Dodge. Whoop. I left Hollywood and I went to a monastery in New Mexico whose invitation was, if you can make the 13-mile hike down the washed out dirt road off Highway 11 to get here, pull the rope, ring the bell, and we'll find you a place to sleep. So I had a friend drop me off on the side of that highway. I made the 13-mile pilgrimage. I pulled the rope, rang the bell.
He made it.
And a monk named Brother Aldrew answered the door. He welcomed me in. He said, "Why do you come here, brother?" I said, "Brother, I got a lot of things on my mind, man. I need to talk
On the
to
dome.
somebody. I need to confess."
Go to the police station.
He listened to me and then said, "Brother, I know just the right person for you to talk to. His name is Brother Christian. He'll meet you in the morning at sunrise."
But he ain't a Christian. He ain't a Christian.
The next morning, Brother Christian met me at sunrise. He said, "Do you want to go for a walk, brother?" So we did.
Oh, brother, we're out though.
Now on this walk, I began to purge.
Why?
I confessed where and what I felt were sins of my mind, sins of my flesh, sins of my deeds. Newfound indulgences that were making me feel gross. Some of them make me feel like I just hadn't really earned them or deserved them.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Can't relate. Sorry. He had too many good things happen to him. I'm sorry. Must be hard for you. Kat, thank you. Kat says, how is he a literal movie star but still acts like he peaked in high school decades ago? You know, ego's a bitch. I think no matter how big it gets or how successful you are, it's still got room to grow and doubts to seep in. And that's just how it be, I guess. The key to success is just knowing that everyone's deep down miserable-ish. Happy at times, but mostly miserable-ish. And that's life. Thanks, Kat. Oh, sorry. I'm back. Life's just one big game, and we're here to play. Okay, back to McConaughey. This is all leading up to one large moment, apparently.
Maybe I didn't even want him. I went on and on and on with my confession. Brother Christian patiently listening as he walked beside me, hands behind his back. Never saying a word. He never said one word. 4.5 hours later, me purging, confessing, him not saying a word, we circled back to the chapel where we sat on a bench. I'm sitting there and tears are running down my face, and I got snot running out of my nose, and I'm sitting there coming out of this purge, and I finally wrap up my 4.5-hour confessional rap sheet.
Like, are you crying now, or are you telling us you cried and you're showing us how you cried then? I'm confused.
Brother Christian has still not said one word. But now I'm finally done. Heads down, I'm wiping tears from my eyes, and I'm awaiting his judgment. He says nothing. 20 seconds go by. He says nothing. 30 seconds go by. He says nothing. A minute goes by. It's silent. Nothing. Finally, I looked up
He's 20 feet tall.
I see Brother Christian just staring at me.
Forgot to mention that.
We just held each other's gaze, just looked at each other's eyes for about 10 seconds. And the clock was ticking in my mind like I was just waiting on his condemnation. That's when he leaned slightly
Getting ready?
towards me.
Ready for it?
And he whispered, "Me too." Thank you. I laid out on the ground, man. Tears all came back, but this time they were tears of relief, forgiveness, joy. You see, those two words.
Okay, so that weird ass story, I don't know, got lost a little in translation, but I believe is meant to set you up to say, people in the group for this program we're about to sell in an hour, those are going to be your brother Christians, okay? So those people are going to be the ones who, like, in the Facebook group we're going to provide you, are going to, like, validate your feelings and also have the same issues as you. So that's why you need those types of people. Just like Matthew had the monk, you can have Veronica from West Virginia who just joined this group for $400. Same thing. Okay. I said that was a very weird moment. Okay. Are you okay, sir? Yeah. So he basically wraps it up.
Me too.
There about that story.
Those two words, Brother Christian didn't. He let me know that I didn't have a singular, self-centered, independently original, one and only, one-of-a-kind problem. No, I had a human condition. With those two words, Brother Christian invited me back to the human race. And it took so much pressure off of me. Like I said, finally I was able to forgive myself.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to go to, I guess 8 minutes ahead. I wrote down drumming to people's fears. Here we go. Just a quick one.
Letting go. Hurt, pain, money, imperfection. Debt. Abuse. Being average.
Yeah.
My daughter. Forgiveness.
I'm afraid of my daughter.
Being alone. Burden. Losing it all.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
I eat too much. Solitude. Irrelevance. I'm a burden. Abandonment. Trust. Being alone.
The music does not match. Like, I'm afraid of being abandoned. I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of my daughter. It's like, that's like, come down to Applebee's, come down to Texas Roadhouse. We have a special on baked potatoes, not like share your deepest fears with the internet, personally. But hey, I'm not the biggest creative genius of our time, Dean Graziosi, who made this event. Okay, so we're gonna skip ahead now. This is called Can You Whistle Good? Can you whistle good? Guess we'll find out. We better find out.
Can you say enough with the dissection of that failure and instead maybe forgive yourself?
The finger, so much.
Let it go. Release the guilt. Turn the page. Move on. Change. And give Grace her time of day. Now, admit a success that you've had or something that you do pretty darn well on a consistent basis. Something you're good at, at work. A way you care for your child or sibling or your spouse. Maybe you have great timing for telling jokes. Maybe you're a great whistler. Whatever that something is.
Yes, I'm a great whistler. I'm going to start my career as a whistle coach. I'm going to fix my fears of debt by becoming a whistler. Just like so ridiculous. Oh my God. Okay, let's go to one more, and then we're going to talk about the African tribesman wet dream. and who he claims is his favorite singer, which I was surprised to hear, but, you know, I'll believe him, I suppose. But first, we have random clapping and singing. And silence, apparently.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Number 10. Oh, this would be...
Okay. That was just... After his thought, he was like, okay. Thank you. All right. Yeah, so we're here now. African tribesman dream. Here we go. This is a great story, apparently. I mean, I apparently meaning this is apparently life-changing.
Beautiful one. It's one of my good friends' highest value. Big Dolphin, I know you're out there. Number 10, trust. In 1999, I had just had a dream that I was floating down a river, naked, wrapped up in anacondas, sharks, piranhas, and crocodiles. And lined along the ridge of the river, there were thousands of African tribesmen, each holding a shield and a spear. Oh, no. And it wasn't a nightmare. Actually, it was a wet dream. No shit. And it wasn't the first time that I'd had this dream. I know, doesn't make sense. And because it wasn't the first time that I had this dream, and because it was so peculiar and ironic, the elements in the dream and the outcome, I believe...
Certain people in this world, I think, just think everything that they do is exciting, relevant, worthy of exploration at the highest degree. You know what? Go for it. Do it. If you get the money, if you got the resources like this dude does, who's to say you can't? But you had a dream twice, a wacky dream. You probably smoke a lot of weed, I'm assuming, or at least at some point of your life. He felt it necessary for the universe to continue to follow up on this dream. I don't know. Anacondas, crocodiles, an African tribesman. He's naked. They got spears on the Amazon River. Yeah, don't see a doctor. Definitely just follow this thread the way that he did.
Believe that it had a message in it for me.
Uh-huh.
A message I had to listen to.
Of course.
A message that I had to chase. But what was the dream telling me? And just where was I supposed to chase it to?
Good questions.
Well, the only point of origin in the dream was the continent of Africa via the African tribesmen. Well, Africa's...
That's racist. I'm just kidding. Just like... You know, there's black people in South America as well. But okay.
Big continent. Geez, where do I go? A couple nights later, I'm sitting in my hotel room, still trying to figure out a clue to help me chase the meaning of this dream down. And I was listening to my favorite musician, Ali Farka Touré, when one of my favorite songs of his...
I was like, is that really your favorite musician? I never heard of him before. I'm sorry if that's your favorite musician, but he's like a guy from Mali who does like jazz music, I believe. But it was sort of like, oh, wow, like a, you know, just kind of a obscure, to me at least, musician. But okay, hey, go for it.
This came on. It's called I Do, A-I-D-U. Now, this had long been one of my favorite love songs, but I never really knew the exact meaning of it because the lyrics were in the African language of Bambara, of which I didn't understand.
Like, is this really his favorite, or he just is making this up for some reason? Because he told this story on the Danica Patrick podcast, which Danica Patrick is also like woo-woo, doesn't trust anything but supplements that other podcasters, you know, sell. And she's very much into, you know, energy fields and aliens are visiting me at night, like that stuff, just FYI. And he told this exact story. So I feel like she's primed and ready for that type of content. So, you know, it doesn't really mean that this could not be fake.
Now, I'd always thought that it was a romantic love song about a man and a woman, a couple in love. And for whatever reason, on this night there in the hotel listening to him, I got curious to find out what that love song was about. So I got up, I grabbed the CD case and looked at the liner notes. This is what they read. This love song.
This love journal.
Song read, the liner notes read this. trust. Trust and faith in your fellow man has no equal. If you have experienced trust, you will know its strength. You must know yourself before you know others. It was a love song.
Just drops it on the floor.
Not the one that I thought it was.
Oh.
It was a love song about trust.
Let's talk about trust, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Okay. So now we're going to skip ahead. That was basically that. He goes to Africa. Actually, we can keep playing it. He goes to Africa because of this revelation that he's come up with.
There's a love song about the great power of having faith in our fellow man. A love song about community, fellowship, about our need to know, have faith in, and trust ourselves. To be able to know,
Trust
have
our
faith in,
breasts.
and trust
Sorry.
others. Well, that's when I thought, well, hell, where's Ali from? I looked it up, Niafunke Mali. I said, well, that's where I'm going to go. Trust that. 2 days later, I was on a flight to Mali, Africa to find Ali. I did find Ali on that trip and many other truths that I, to this day, trust in.
I don't get it.
I get it. It's hard
I
to
don't.
trust. We all seem to be in a constant battle with each other, with ourselves. Every day, we're in a cultural...
Okay, so he goes to Africa. He learns something. He's not going to share that with us. He's just going to say he learned truths. Cool, thanks. Okay, and it's kind of weird. He like went to find the musician, just like stalk him, I guess. This one is labeled weird camera and back to the bongo and then back chaotically walking. So here we go.
That you do have the courage to trust 5% more than you do?
God, the finger. What is that?
Admit it.
I guess it works in the Lincoln commercials. Okay, move out of the way.
Oh. Trust in each other.
There's the microphone.
My intuition, trusting my gut. Okay. Those are coming in. I'm not going to get to all of them right now. They're there. I want to just admit something with you and have you admit this. Doesn't it feel pretty good to come clean?
Yeah!
Look,
I committed murder!
we bury all this shit in the corner of our yard. All that stuff we didn't want.
That's where the body is.
The stuff we put on the porch and then ran out of space, so we put it in the shed.
That's where the
And then when
weapon
the shed
is.
got full, we put it in the back corner of the yard, you know, so we wouldn't have to deal with it. But now all those piles of shit we put in the corner of our yard is starting to encroach on us, you know? That pile keeps growing until it smothers the shed. Then it gets on our porch. Then it's in our living room. Then it's in our kitchen. And before we know it, we are stepping over shit just to get in bed. Yeah, we're running out of real estate. And soon enough, oh shit, there's shit on the pillow. So we flip the pillow over. Oh shit, there's shit on the other side of the pillow. We gotta come clean, folks.
This is
Let's
goofy as
admit
hell.
What we've been hiding. What's that thing that started small, that we just innocently put in the closet of our conscience, that now...
I thought there was some good soundbite potential with that. Okay, all right. So he wraps it up, shockingly, in the next little while. Then he tosses it to our girl, Marie Forleo, who started as someone who claims to have all the answers in business. She has a like $2,000 online business school called B School, which I've heard a lot of people say is like the basics. Like if you've never heard of, you need a website. You need to be on Facebook. If that was such a course, that is the type of stuff you would get for $2,000. But she's got a lot of money. She's married to an actor named Josh something. And she's now turned away from the businessy stuff, sort of, and now is into manifestation. And she's into teaching you how to live the best life, like the more general stuff. Very similar to Jenna Kutcher, left the, business side of internet and now is just teaching you life lessons because you can scale that infinitely because everyone is literally alive, I suppose. So she's going to come up now. Here she is. Welcome to the stage. And of course, Oprah's a big fan of hers. Okay, so she's going to talk about Meant for More. So that's the second time Meant for More comes up, I believe, or at least by someone else. And again, that's sort of related to Made for More. That is Rachel Hollis's claim to fame, but actually was taken from someone else.
Creative, right? As a dreamer, as a go-getter. If you're that person that people always come to for ideas and for support, if you're that invisible strength and that stability that other people rely on, and right now, if you know in your heart that there's a bigger future for you, if you know that you are meant for more, I got to tell you, this is
And she was good friends, or at least like publicly good friends with Rachel Hollis. So there is not a doubt in my mind that she would know that Rachel Hollis her branding was made for more. Like her and Rachel Hollis have pictures together where they're like laughing into the sunset, I think. Maybe that's another person. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they have spoken before, actually. Now I'm thinking maybe it's the other chick. That's the Jenna Kutcher and the other one. But anyways, I'm almost 100% sure that they would know that Rachel Hollis was involved with Made for More. So now they're just taking Meant, swapping, and now it's Meant for More. Her thing was pretty boring, I'm not going to lie. She basically talked about, let me read what she said. I sort of like summed it up. She talked about that it's never too late to start something, okay? And that she was so stressed from her life because she's so successful. She was going to go lay on the couch, but then she decided, no, I shouldn't. And then she found out she had a tumor, and then she went to the doctor, and then that was a wake-up call for her. But I guess it turned out that it was like a non-cancerous like cyst or something, which is still scary, but sort of made it seem like it was much more, dramatic than it probably actually was. And then 22345, which is back here, she says something about people like us, right? We're just the same. So she's trying to make it seem like her problems, which are millionaire problems, are just like yours. And then, okay, this is her big tip at 232. So this is what her whole thing was about. And it's very, very relatable. So great, so helpful to all of us. If you're stressed out by your life responsibilities, she has the best tip for you, and she's going to teach it to you. And everyone is dissipated. Now it's back into the prairies of Texas. You ready? Here we go.
And look, I believe that our souls know the truth. Our souls know that what got us here is not going to get us there. So what I want to share now, this is something I'm so excited about. This is a simple science-backed trick that helped me eliminate probably one of the most destructive patterns that I had, right?
Science-backed trip. She's not going to talk about the science because it's bullshit. Well, she'll talk about it, but it will not be. This study actually proves anything. And it's actually the opposite of the advice that she gives when she does her manifestation advice, because if you phrase anything in the negative in manifestation, you will receive more negativity now I don't believe in manifestation, okay, for the record, I've said it a million times, but the way that it's taught, because I learned it back then when I did believe, if you say, I don't want herpes, you are asking the universe to give you herpes. That's what they're saying. That is random, I'm sorry. But that's basically what manifestation they claim. Like you have to say, I am so happy and healthy. That's how you're supposed to frame it. Now she's going to avoid that advice, give the opposite advice, even though I know for a fact she's given the other side too. But apparently this is the science, so it's real.
It was this hidden addiction that was preventing me from getting to my next level of more. And I promise you this. So I've taught this now to tens of thousands of people. And what you're about to learn, it's so simple. It works like magic. And I promise you, like pinky swear, it's going to help you eliminate any emotional or behavioral or thought pattern that's holding you back. Cool? Are you guys into this? Yes? So all it requires really is an open mind, an open heart, and this willingness to just look at yourself with curiosity and compassion. And here's how that unfolded for me.
Can't wait.
So my partner, Josh, I love him so much. We've been together for like 20 years. He would often ask me at the end of the day, he would be like, hey, babe, how was your day, right? How's it going?
Asshole.
How's it going at work? And I'd pretty much answer with some version of the same thing. I'd be like, ugh. Work is so overwhelming right now. There's so much on my plate. I've got this big Marie TV shoot coming up, and we got to hire more programmers again, and I've got to create all this content on deadline. If I could just get...
I have to hire people to make me millions of dollars again? I have to schedule a podcast episode for my multi-million-dollar business that I chose to start and run and actually use at every turn as my key to success. How horrible. I feel so bad for her. How did she overcome this?
Through the next few months, then I'll finally be able to breathe. Anyone ever tell yourself that one before? You see, that was a lie that I told myself, and I believed it. But the truth was that overwhelmed feeling, right? It never ended because I kept reinforcing the mental and emotional program called, I'm always overwhelmed. I mean, without even realizing it. It was like I was a fish in water. My internal and my external self-talk was drenched in overwhelm, overwhelm, overwhelm.
So what'd you do?
Until one day, this was a very special day, I had this awakening in my kitchen. It was one of those weird, like, out-of-body experiences where I somehow...
Oh, yeah, this is also... So this technique is The advice is so stupid that you have to say that it came from someone above her, because her credentials are, I run a business that sells inspiration to people. Okay, so because her advice is so dumb, which she's about to give, it came from God himself, or herself, as Rachel Hollis would say, or it came from source energy, the universe, something beyond Marie Forleo's brain. It came from the ether, okay? This is a way to automatically give yourself a lot of, what's the word, like respectability, or not professional, but like, I don't know what the word is. Like, the advice that you're giving is not from you, because, you know, you don't really have the credentials. It comes from a source beyond, and it just was channeled through her. So when in doubt, say that God told you this advice. And that, I think, kind of lessens like needing to have expertise. Now, this is what they think, and I guess it works for some people, but this is just like the tactic, I think.
How witnessed myself talking about how friggin' overwhelmed I was, and I finally saw how repetitive and ridiculous this pattern had become. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Marie Forleo, what are you saying right now? Like, do you hear yourself? Are you listening to yourself? This is the same sad, I'm so overwhelmed song for years. This is super stressful. This is no way to live. Like, are you finally ready, girl, to let this thing go? And in an instant, I kid you not, this magical little phrase appeared in my mental theater, right? Like, I didn't think it up. I didn't try and create it. It was a mantra that flashed in my mind, and I feel like it was a gift from the divine or from my higher self. Here it was. You ready for it?
And then I decided to monetize it on this this Matthew McConaughey stage. Gifts from God. Monetize it immediately.
I don't do overwhelm. I don't do overwhelm. The second I heard those words, I don't do overwhelm, I gotta tell you, my shoulders relaxed. I felt this like...
I don't do schizophrenia. And then I was cured. Like, okay. Some people just are God's favorites, right? They get all the good advice that they can just sell immediately for millions of dollars. It's amazing. Some people get the wrong message, but some people just are blessed with the right ones. It must be because they wear the right sweaters on the right occasions. That's her advice. Just tell yourself, I don't do overwhelm, and you will no longer be stressed. That came directly from God.
400-pound weight lifted off of me. It was as if a portal opened up and I was shown this whole other possibility for how to live my life.
It's ridiculous.
And from that...
A portal opened up when God told me, just don't be stressed? Question mark. Just don't, babe. Just don't. Okay. And for that, Kate, I say,
Grandma has lung cancer.
That was another message from the ether as well.
Instant on. I don't do overwhelm. That actually became a part of my new internal programming, right? That became my new mantra, my new affirmation. I kept saying it out loud and in my head. I was like, I don't do overwhelm. I don't do overwhelm. You know what? I don't do overwhelm. I don't touch this stuff. Now, after a few months of saying this like over and over again, right, with conscious intention, overwhelm actually started to become foreign to me. It was as if someone asked me like, hey, Marie, you know what? I want you to go murder your neighbor. I'd be like, no, what, are you friggin' bonker pants? I don't do murder. That is not a thing I do.
Another good soundbite, soundbite factor right there. Are you bonker pants? I don't do murder. It's like, what are we talking about here? This is 2.5 hours in. I was promised life-changing moments. I have seen people bang on drums and tell me they don't do murder, and I'm just disappointed so far. Bonker pants is a very new thing. Okay, so she wraps it up. That was her only advice, which was just tell yourself, if you're stressed, you don't do stress, and then you will be no longer stressed. Okay, so then she ends, and now she brings back Deanie boy. Deanie, who doesn't know how to clap. And we're going to hear from him again, the star of the show.
Thank you, everyone.
Amazing.
Wasn't it nice to have Marie here? And I got to tell you, so McConaughey's coming back out, so I hope nobody's leaving, not even for a second. And I have to tell you, and being in the back here, he's
so
helped
funny.
create such a casual vibe that's going on here. I have to, we got 2.4 million people registered from this event, and it is 150 countries around the world. And you would think, and
that was 150,000.
Cool, and when Matthew came off, I have to tell you, I could see the excitement in his face because of your chat. I watched it happen. Who in here watched it when he started reading the chats? You could see him leaning in, having more fun, right? I see Susan and Daniel and Juan and Linda and Lene, right? I watched it too, and it's pretty amazing. Now, I got a couple things to share here today.
Okay, we're going to skip ahead a little bit. He's going to start his sermon. Okay, let's see. So he just talks about...
and then we're going to bring Matt.
Let's see. He's going to talk about this is the beginning of the pitch. So this is like the warm up. So he said, don't leave. Matthew's coming right up. Now he's going to start the lessons that are going to build into the hard pitch. So I call this the soft pitch, the softball throw into the hard pitch, which is coming up, which Matthew McConaughey steps away for the hard pitch. So he can't even suck it up to be the one to be the pitch man. He takes a break during this time, which I think is pretty skeevy, to be honest. I understand why he's walking away, but the fact that you're putting your name on this and you're behind it and then you can't even finish it to actually pitch to people, and you want the skeezy, sleazy guy to do it for you, it's just a little bit of a turn off, even more so. So Dean's gonna tell his sad story to make you feel like he's just like you. He's just a poor boy from wherever he's from, so he's gonna relate to you. So here you go.
So I started thinking about that, and then if you go deeper, like I said earlier, we all have our stuff, right? I see in the chat what you own. For me, it's personal, and we all got that thing, and we can use it as fuel. In my life, I watched my mom and dad. When I was 3, my parents split. And I watched them go in different directions. Both worked really hard. My mom worked 3 jobs to make about $90 a week to help support us. We lived in a trailer park for a while. I lived with my dad. He worked his tail off in a collision shop. And sometimes I didn't have lunch money when I went to school. Now, we all got our thing, but I realized my parents didn't own their future. They didn't own.
My parents suck. They didn't take care of me enough. They didn't scam enough people. So then I became a scammer. That's what I'm hearing. It's okay, he needs to make sure that you know that he's just like you, but also his parents failed him by not scamming, basically.
Own their decisions. And that kind of builds up, right? And can build resentment, unhappiness, all those things. So it made me at a young age say, hell no. I need to do something different. I need to gain new skills, new capabilities. I love my parents more than anything, but I wanted something different. Who feels that same way? You want something different, unique. You want to make your own decisions. My heart, my life, my inspiration.
Woo! I want different. Okay, so now we're going to skip ahead. So again, this is the soft pitch. We're going to get to 3 hours in, and then it becomes the hard pitch. Now we're getting there.
No one's coming to save us. I think we all can agree. That's why we're here today. Nobody's waving a magic wand. Last president, current president, next president. It's on us. So if it's on us, we got to regain ourselves. We got to regain that confidence. So the last one that I like, and there's plenty of them, you identify what robs your confidence. One I love is working on your weaknesses. Matthew said it earlier. Don't work on things you're bad at. Get really good at the things you're good at. It's in direct alignment with what he shared. I didn't even know he was going to share that today. So many of us are, we were told in school or told by a spouse or told by somebody in your life that things aren't working, and then we go, oh, I got to get good at reading. I still can't read well. I have dyslexia so bad. I got to listen to books. I listened to green lights. I didn't read green lights. So you got to stop letting the weaknesses in your life compound. Screw it. Let them go. You might never be good. Who cares? I suck at a lot of things. But I was really good at helping Matthew and Tony and this group getting 2.4 million people here together. I still have dyslexia. I still can't read so good. Don't tell anybody.
Woo! Dyslexia! Woo! Dyslexia in the house. God.
So pick out that part, because don't you have confidence when you work on something you love? Okay, here's the next level of brilliance. Figure out the things that build your confidence.
Welcome, Motorhead.
And do less of it. Figure the things that build your confidence, and do more of it. Figure the things that build your confidence, do more of it.
Yeah, like that point, I was like, wait, what? Find out the things that you're confident at and don't do them. And I was like, oh, okay. He's like, wait, I just messed that up completely. Don't.
Figure the things that build your confidence, and do more of it. Figure the things that build your confidence, do more of it. Like staying engaged in a group like this. Who feels more confident already today? We're only not even halfway through. Who feels more confident today? Right? Put it in the chat, your level of confidence today. Stay connected to a group like this. Let McConaughey fill your head all year long on ways to approach life in a different way. Get a new perspective. That's one of the things he's doing here today.
Okay, so there's the first drop. Let McConaughey fill your head all year. Oh, well, how can I do that? This event is only 1 day long. It's only 6 hours. It's not. How can I do that all year? Oh, well, baby, I have the solution for you. It's called Highway to Hell, once again.com. Matthew McConaughey's self-help course for you. Yeah, he's starting it right now.
It's getting you to look at a different lens, because the lens you're looking at might be as clear as you think. Certain books, courses, podcasts, praying, gratitude, going to church. I'm not sure what builds your confidence, but if you have that meter, you go, ho, 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 that's taking it away. I'm nuking that. That makes me feel good. I'm going in that direction. So the third C is confidence.
Okay, so he did this whole speech. I cut through it because it's boring, but he did 3 C's, which I think all relate to buying the course, which was, the second one was change. Okay, change, like buying a new course. That's a change in your life, right? Courage to buy this course. Confidence, don't ask for a refund. And persuasion, which is going to be the one he's going to talk about now. And then all of a sudden, we're in it. We're in the pitch, okay? Now he's going to talk about how sales. So basically also too, this is, if you're thinking of this from a marketing perspective, it's like all the reasons why people will say no. So one of them is like, my friends told me that this is a scam. Okay, they gotta handle that by saying your friends, and that's what Trent does. Your friends, they don't understand you because you're too big brain, right? That you gotta just like follow your dreams. Your friends want to hold you back because they don't understand you. Okay, that's one thing. So your friends don't think that this is a scam and are telling you not to do it, or your family. Okay, number 2 is it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Okay, then Tony Robbins comes on and says, like, it's not the money that you need to worry about. You just need to be resourceful. You need to find a way to get this money. So, wink, wink, take a loan out. Wink, wink, ask your, dad, ask your family to send you money, whatever. It's not that you can't get the money. If your, family was dying, you would figure out a way, basically is what he says. Okay, why else would you say no to this? It's scammy. I don't like sales. I don't want to be sold to, or I don't want myself to have to sell. Actually, and he's about to say this now, actually selling or not selling a product that can help you is actually a detriment to society. You're actually hurting someone by not selling them the product. Okay, so if he didn't have this offer for you today, it would be a disservice to you. It's crazy mental gymnastics. So let him take over from here. But that's basically making all the number one reasons why, or all the top 10 reasons why people don't buy shit like this, because it's scammy. They're going to try to tailor the message of their speeches to make sure that that's covered.
He said there'd be a bonus P. What the heck is that? That's persuasion, influence. Sometimes we call it sales. Now, I want you to really think about influence and persuasion. It gets a bad rap. That's just a true story. Persuasion, influence. We think of sales. Sometimes we think of it as icky. I want you to tell you something. You know what's icky? The people that do the wrong things when they influence. If you sell a really bad car to an elderly person and they don't know it, that's not sales. You're just a bad human.
What about selling a course on living your best life to an elderly person who's disabled and doesn't have money? You're also a bad person.
If you sell drugs to a drug addict, you're a bad human. But sales, if you really take sales, influence, persuasion, when you know it can help someone's life, when it's a good product, or you're selling yourself to your children, you're influencing your children, influencing people you love, or offering something that can really make a difference in their life, then sales is love.
Sales is
love.
love.
Sales is service.
Companies are people. Sales is love. Where's Jordan Belfort when you need him? My God.
Think about this. Who in here is glad that you were influenced to show up here today? Raise your hand or put it in the chat. McConaughey's watching your chat, Paul. So who is glad you were, if you read green lights, who's glad you were influenced to read green lights? So if we look through sales and influence in a different lens, then all of a sudden we realize it's love. Listen, I wasn't joking before. Matthew's worked his tail off. I mean, we got 8 months working on this and what's next for you. I mean,
what's next for you? Okay, another soft drop. Okay, here we go. Another one. A little crumb on the pathway to the sales pitch.
5 days in a table around in the other room before a month ago. We
Check
spent
his
another
life.
4 days this week gaining the skills, fine-tuning every bit of messaging. He's doing that out of love. And it would be a disservice to him not to offer it to you. Is that true? So in your life, if you start falling in love with what you want to provide a spouse, a friend, your children, in your new business, in your career, the people you work with, you realize that influence is one of the greatest gifts to go to your next level. All change starts with influence. I got to give you a quick story. Then we're going to bring McConaughey out.
See, that's how they sleep at night. They convince themselves, I guess, that this is true. Or they don't care. They're like, you know what? This is a good way to help people with ethics and morals to shut up and buy the product.
Here in just a few minutes. But I got to give you a quick story. My wife, she's in the other room. When we first started dating.
I forgot her name. My wife.
In the beginning, we're both foodies. And my wife's very...
Okay, I'm skipping this. So boring. He's like, my wife says she doesn't like to sell, but then she's told me how good the pasta was at the restaurant. And I said, you're a good salesperson. She's like, I guess so. Okay, so we're gonna skip that. Boring. I just told you the whole thing. All right, so now the pitch starts at 3:02. It starts? Okay, and now at 3:08 is where it really begins. Okay, so let's skip ahead a little bit.
And if you have something that improves someone's life,
okay,
you're actually doing a disservice if you don't get it in their hands. The last thing I want to say is we covered 3 C's and a P today. Remember, change could start with a half an inch. We have to embrace it.
That's what he said.
We have to love it. We have to feel it. Next is courage. Courage is jumping out of the plane, growing wings on the way down. Courage can come from borrowing it from something you did in the past, or it can come from realizing I'm not going to get to the end of my life knowing I played small. I'm here to give more, be more, do more. Who's meant for more?
Silence. Push the button, goddammit.
Lastly, once you know when you make those subtle changes and you have a little more courage and you have the confidence to get in the game and empower yourself with the things that bring your confidence up, not down, and then realize influence can be love. Influence, persuasion.
Looks like his name is Sheldon. I don't know why. He's giving me Sheldon vibes.
Could be getting someone to do something that changes their life. You put those ingredients, I think you are on your path to more. You guys feeling it today? All right.
Here we go. Here we
Who's
go.
ready for a little more Matthew McConaughey? I think I'm ready for it. I think we got to hear it in the chat. Are we ready for a little more Matthew McConaughey?
Yes!
Without further ado, Matthew McConaughey.
This is so awkward. By the way, if it wasn't already.
Ownership. Change, courage, confidence. I like that. I got some things that you reminded me of that I've got to start tending to that build my confidence more. Thank you. Yeah.
What robs your confidence? Anything at this phase of your life?
What robs it? I'll tell you this. I can tell you what.
Awkward silence.
What comes up short is when I don't. I know the things that I need to do daily and weekly that I need to tend to that are most important to me. That when I do them for a week or 2 or 3, that all of a sudden I start to go, oh, I got that. Oh, I got that in spades. Oh, I got a full tank of that. And I start to fade. And I quit tending to those things. I quit having certain habits that feed that confidence. And all of a sudden I look up a couple weeks later and I'm like, well, I'm a little shaky right now. I was like, oh. Well, I've been playing grab ass with my memory for the things I didn't do that I know I needed to do to fill my tank.
It makes total sense.
You know?
Yeah, you know what? I love this relationship that we built, and I got to see behind the hood a little, behind the curtain a little bit. And what I said earlier is I meant, and this is such a benefit for you. You've had this opportunity to look at 30 years of journaling and see what works, see what patterns, what habits, and it's always, in my opinion, it's always the little things. They say small hinges swing a big door. Yeah. And I've just watched that, spending as much time as we did. You got these little habits that add up. Yeah. So I got a big question for you though. People have known you for the amazing actor you are. I watched your Oscar-winning speech, so killer. And you play amazing characters. This is different. This is you today. Vulnerable. You, being
This
you.
is not him.
Saying, I love that character.
He's playing a character of himself. Okay, at this point, I think we're all aware. Unless he really is like this, and that's like a really sad existence of like, this is how he is with his family, like his wife. Like, hello, I'm home from the day at the office, little lady. Let's take it on the porch. Like, okay.
Thanking you.
Right.
So I guess the question is, with all that you've done, and we're halfway through this day, we got a lot more coming. How you feeling?
I'm feeling as alive as I've ever felt. I'm feeling a little more alive than I maybe even thought I was going to feel. Look, I make films. I'm playing someone else's character in a script that someone else wrote, directed by someone else, lensed through a camera by someone else, and edited by someone else. So it's like 4.
It's the same thing you're doing right now, bro. Let's be real. You got a camera on you. You have a virtual studio background. You ain't playing drums in your real house over here. Everything here is fake. So you are also in a fake scenario still.
5 filters before my expression gets to you and you're in the theater. Even writing the book, it's still one filter. You have to look at the written word. This is filterless. That's what I mean by it's live and alive. To be there and to be here talking to each one of you individually, but over 2.4 million of you, that collective of individuals all here for the same purpose, and to get like responses back from you, questions, admittances, The conversation, the live conversation, I did not know it was going to be this much of a buzz, and a damn good buzz it is. So I'm having a great time.
Regretting every moment of it.
We're not close to ending, are we?
No, we got plenty to go.
Okay.
We got plenty going. He's got an ending. I've just got to jump ahead here. You got an ending prepared today. I'm just telling you, you do not want to miss the end. Probably a couple hours from now. That we were going through it yesterday. I'm like, you sure you want to do that? He's like, absolutely. So be ready to be shocked. All right, second question I got for you. You got a lot going on.
Yeah.
You got TV coming up. You got movies coming up.
Yellowstone.
I get to see behind the curtain, like I said earlier. I know how important your relationship is with your wife. I love watching you two behind the scenes. It's even way better than you would think in the front. And your connection is inspiring. The way you talk about your kids, the time you spend with your kids. Man, you put a lot of time into this, a lot of work into this, and some great things that we get to share with you today, or even more of what this guy's done over the last 8 months. Crazy nights. We were up to midnight, going back and forth.
After midnight a few times.
Yeah. What drove you to go deeper?
A few reasons.
My impending bankruptcy. I'm assuming. Okay, so now they're getting into it. They're about to, push this already. I guess I forgot how long this is. But they're going to now say, like, why did you go deeper? Which is the deepest you can go is the course now, of course.
Well, to start off with, I personally needed to. Secondly, after I put out green lights, so many thousands of readers asked me to, to say, hey, can you go deeper? Can you give us more? Can you come back with more process? And then serendipitously and simultaneously, you and Tony give me a call. They go, hey, I'm like, oh, you reading my mail? And I'm like, you reading my mail? Let's do this.
I don't get what that means.
Secondly, look, I know that it serves all of us to get to know ourselves better.
Get to it.
I say this, we're the only people, the only person in our bed is us, no matter who we're sleeping with, right? And if you're not for you, who the fuck is? You know what I mean? I also, been talking about us as individuals, I believe that the new frontier, where we can go, it's not going to come from a policy or a mandate or from the outside.
Get to the point, man.
It's going to come from a commitment and a covenant between our ears, I think, first, and then between this lane that we have between our head and our heart that can sometimes have a lot of potholes. You know what I mean? Individually. And if enough of us do that, we align enough individuals that way.
True.
We're going to have some real revolution. And one that
What are you
matters, not just
saying?
to ourselves, but everybody. And that excites the heck out of me. And then thirdly, the particular times. You've talked about it today. We've all talked about these particular times. This moving goalpost. Hey, I thought that was in concrete. And the world said, no, it's just Velcroed. We're moving it. You know what I mean? It's confusing. We're uncertain.
You're unhinged.
We lack trust. We lack connection. We lack in supply that which we most demand.
Yeah.
Belief and a roadmap. Whew, what better
Which brings me to
time to go deeper than right now with those two things and try and give them to you and you give them to us and let's get this revolution going.
Yeah, my God, so good. And speaking of that, speaking of a roadmap, we have been working 8 months on this.
Yep.
Part is this event to put 2.4 million people together. All these people, there's 125, actually 300 people working on this event behind the scenes right now.
It's an incredible operation. Y'all couldn't see. There's a lot going on and has been going on for 8 months to get to this right now.
Yeah, and those late nights, it was part for this, but it was partly to go more. It's that transformation. I always looked at it as the book today. As amazing as today is, I hope you're inspired today. I hope this book inspired you. But inspiration only lasts a little bit. I learned that from Tony Robbins 25 years ago. Inspiration only lasts a little bit. We need transformation. You called it.
Of course.
The book was an approach. Yep. It was time for the process, what everybody was asking on you.
Yep.
So I'd love to share a little bit about what we've been working on as well as this for the last 8 months, because it's been a heavy lift.
It has been a heavy lift.
And amazing.
And worth the wait. I sure hope.
God, they're stretching this so long.
The word more. keeps coming up, right? We've been talking about it. It's been in my verbiage, it's been in your verbiage. The word more has been around in our talks, and I think for good reason. Why? Because I think we can all agree that we all want and need more.
Okay.
So we put a course together that starts defining even more in depth that more.
Finally, they dropped it. Oh my God. It's like pulling the people's teeth out. Like, can you just say, I think maybe he's having regrets. Maybe he got some text messages from his friends that were like, bro, this is a mistake. Your career is about to tank into the ground. And I'm glad that there's been articles written about it that sort of agree with it, how bizarre this is, because I think maybe he knew at this point, because this face looks like someone who's in regret and has signed a contract that he can no longer get out of. I don't know. He doesn't seem very confident in this delivery.
For each of us. You know, quantity is a more that so many people talk about, but if the quantity we reach for in life doesn't give us quality as well, aren't we using the wrong calculator?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So how do we become more ourselves? How do we get more?
Listening to what you have to say about your life, for sure, is how I become more of myself. Definitely.
Values. How do we have more choice? How do we get more balance? How do we have more joy, more love? And if we do all those things, wouldn't that be cool? And ultimately, I believe, by unpopular demand, that if we do all these things, that would be us being more selfish. So we put this course together. It's called Road Trip, The Highway to More. It has 9 mile markers that go in depth on each one of those topics that are in chronological order. So when you do the course, you're going to come out the other side seeing the kind of a real change that you want in your life.
I gotta commend you. I gotta share. And in a minute, I get the pleasure, the privilege of being the first one to let you know what this man has worked so hard on. Before we go to that, I just want to share, watching your work ethic, your depth of caring. Put it in the chat, we're watching. Who's felt this man's heart today? The energy. He doesn't need to be here. He wants to be here. He doesn't need to go beyond. He's got a bunch of acting roles, and he could just go down that road. But you kind of got bit with the book and seeing the...
Yeah.
And
this is easier, I suppose, and more money, I suppose, and better for his ego, I suppose. I don't know why he's doing this either. I think he doesn't know why.
And this kind of transformation that we need. I'll tell you, Tony and I have been doing this. I've been in this industry 27 years. Tony for over 45. Tony's got #1 best-selling personal development course in ever, Personal Power. I've got a couple of #1 best-selling courses. But I'll tell you, what you put together is going to change the game. It truly is revolutionary. It's an evolution. And it's the opportunity for you to go on a road trip with this guy. Let him ride shotgun. So if you don't...
Let him ride reverse cowgirl all night long, baby. Woohoo! Let's order. Yeah. Revolutionary.
I'm going to let them know what we did.
You're going to let them know?
I'm going to let them know.
I'm getting out of here. You let them know. Appreciate it.
Guys.
I wonder, and after watching him leaving, like, okay, I wonder if he negotiated getting out of it halfway through, because I think it makes more sense for them to like discuss it together. But unless this was the plan from the beginning, but like that was awkward, and I'm not sold that he is behind this product 100%. Here we go again. Let's just watch this moment, this historic moment. We made history tonight, as they said in the email.
Out here, you let them know. Appreciate it.
Guys, Matthew's going to be back in a few minutes here, but I get the privilege, I get the honor to share with you what this man has worked on for 8 months, because we're right. Today, I hope, is inspirational. Don't leave.
They're trying to make it seem like 8 months working on something is that crazy. Like, how long does it take to write a book? Like, probably a year or years, 8 months. Like, okay, that seems pretty relevant to making millions and millions of dollars. Like, we slaved over this for 8 months. Like, yeah, okay, but you're about to get a huge windfall and there was other income during that time. It's not that impressive. Sorry.
There's so much. Tony Robbins is coming. Trent Shelton is coming. Matthew's coming back with an ending that'll blow your mind. But when today's over, Sometimes we fall back into the hypnotic rhythm of our lives, right? We go back to where we were, even though we want to go someplace else. And we thought of a way where you could have this man ride shotgun with you to build something immersive. Can't even call it a course. We're calling it immersive learning. And this
can't call it a course. We're calling it immersive learning because we've heard that course is a keyword that is associated with scams. So we're just changing it at this point. We don't call it self-help anymore because that's also associated with scams and manipulation. We're going to call it self-growth from now on. Okay, awesome. Awesome.
This is what you get. Guys, could you pull this up? I'm so excited. I get the honor to share this with you because here's what I know.
I feel like he's like saying this sarcastically, like, I get the honor, I guess, because Matthew McConaughey won't get his ass out here and he has second thoughts now all of a sudden because he got a text message. Okay, I have the honor to do this all myself.
If you're going to get from where you are to where you want to go, you're probably going to need some help. Sometimes we get stuck. And at this phase, all this time with him, I think McConaughey is the perfect person to go along that ride with you. Can you pull this up, guys? It's Road Trip, the highway to more. Now, here's what we know. Is in life, we need immersion. Don't we need to immerse ourselves? And said we need to discover, immerse, and change. We also need repetition and momentum. We got to keep it going forward. We can't just go in today and hope tomorrow changes. You go to the gym for a weekend and be in good shape for the rest of your life, right?
And you promised 1 day free event was going to change my life, so that's a lie now. I need immersion, discovery, repetition, momentum, and community and accountability. What happened before? I thought 6 hours was my life was going to be better forever.
We also need community. Don't you love what Matthew's son said about, I don't know if you guys heard it when he was going off to camp. He said, Dad, I just want to do cool things or do new things and meet cool people. How cool is that? That's what community and accountability is. So we took all this in mind, literally 8 months. There's no exaggeration. 8 months, obsessive nights around a table to create something no one's ever done before. There it is. Road Trip, immersive learning experience. Let me go through it real quick.
Him on the bongos again.
You get 9 mile markers. Admit more. Got a little bit of taste of admit today. Who felt the admit in Matthew's first presentation like, shit, I got to admit. Well, that's just the first part of this course. You have video nonstop in each one of these mile markers. More you, how to find your identity, be closer to.
Okay, you see at the bottom, value $9.97. So 6 videos, reveal, revive. Admit more, more you, more value, more choice, more balance, more joy.
To you, more value. How do you trust in your value so you give more value to receive more? More choice.
This is so vague.
Unstuck. More balance. Who needs a little more balance in their lives? More joy.
Driving a fake car.
More cool.
More cool.
More love. More self.
I want to pay for a course to get more cool. That's how you get cool. Course. Or sorry, an immersive learning experience. More cool, more love, more selfish. Great. That's what we need.
This is one of the most amazing courses. We don't call it a course. It's transcended. It's going to change the game. And here's the cool part. He also built a 64-page immersive workbook that goes along with the course. This thing is unbelievable.
If you see this at anyone's house, immediately run out the front door. You are in danger. You find someone's workbook with Matthew McConaughey's teenage photo shoots on it. Run away. Run away fast. Lord, it's scary what people buy, man. JLB Nerdy, thank you so much. JLB Nerdy says, this is just like a Columbia Records CD club ad. Yeah. And the bonus will give you 100 extra songs and 100 extra. We'll give you 2 of them for a friend. What a good deal. All the hits you love.
Soda!
I forgot to say that when I was given my new bubbly Target brand Walmart flavored watermelon lime. Sorry. Take my language course. Let's do Craig. What do you have to say?
This is so good.
Thank you, Craig.
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
That's all I've been learning this whole time. Thank you, JLB Nerdy, once again. Okay, he's almost done. He's 64 pages, which is $100 value. Everyone knows every book that's ever been at Barnes & Noble that's 64 pages is $97 at the least. That's the going rate these days.
Team worked with McConaughey on this night and day for months, so you can create
night and day. We don't care.
Path. You can create your journey, so you can lay out your road to more. Now, here's the cool part. A course like this, again, Tony and I have been doing this forever, 65 years between us. This should be a $1,000 course, and it's not. I'm just going to be transparent with you. It's not. McConaughey literally wants every single person that wants to have him help ride shotgun, be a part of this, and see it that everybody here has the opportunity.
Then do it for free. Why is it $400 by the end of this sales pitch? McConaughey wants everyone to do it. Okay. Not everyone has $400, and if you don't have $400, you shouldn't be spending it on this dumb shit. Becoming yourself. Come on. Get a grip, everybody. You're not going to become yourself by listening to someone else talk about themselves. You're going to become them at the very least, which is a horrible thing to become. Okay. Here we go. So that's worth $1,094 specifically. Where they came up with this number, I would like to know. Where did the 94 come from? Where did the 4 come from? It's all arbitrary, once again. Okay, so that's what it is.
To get this.
Now they're going to give you bonuses.
But let me tell you what else we did. Next, you're going to have live. We just decided to do this a couple days ago. For the next 8 weeks or so, and the first training starts next week, we're going to get together as a family, do cool things together. And we're going to walk through each of the mile markers together to keep you on track. Because sometimes, who's ever bought something, a book, you're excited about it, bought a course, I love it, and then you let it sit on the shelf. Lainey, I see you doing it, Lene and Liz and Tracy, right? You're like, I love that book, but nothing happened. We're not going to let that happen. So for the next 8 weeks in this studio.
Thank you, Whittier. Damn. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Whittier says, Kia giving us the art of avoiding scams. Gracias. You're welcome. Anytime. I'm trying my best.
This is gold, straight up.
This is gold, straight up. I actually was in person, and I was a videographer at an event that had a similar setup to this, and it was written into the scripts that the production crew had. So it was like, okay, we're going to tell an emotional story about this woman's sexual assault. Then we're going to give the offer, and then we're going to follow it up with a meditation where we talk about life is short and that you need to make big changes if you really want to commit to your goals thing. And it was purposely in that order to manipulate more people to have an emotional reaction. So the fact that I was given these this actually written out on paper, it's oh no, that was at a small level. They learned that from somewhere, which I'm sure they learned it from people like this. So I have some inside knowledge, but also it's just it makes sense to me where it's just okay, how does it tie back into the sales pitch? And they always do. So in that case, I say.
I couldn't tell the difference between salsa and Cocoa Pebbles.
It's a problem we all have. Thank you, Whittier. I really appreciate it. All right. So now they're going to do weekly pit stops. They're going to have a special guest. And of course, they're going to be Marie Forleo, this lady who is the host, Dean and Matthew McConaughey. So the people you've already seen. It says they'll dive deeper, blah, 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 with intimate group breakouts and sessions and focus time. Value $497. It's always ends with a 7 in these scammer things. So that's worth $500, let's just say.
We'll be walking through, making sure that you stay on track to your more. So you're not left behind. So you're not just hoping. I've read thousands of comments in the Facebook group. Filled my heart. Yeah. It allows me to come here and speak without scripts and stuff because I know my job here is to help impact lives.
Dean, we saw the script. You have a script. You've been screwing it up quite a bit. He just had to put that in there. It's I can just speak without his script. No, you're screwing up the script. That's why it's coming off awkward.
And this is the man that can. He articulates in a way I've never seen. He makes it interesting, makes it fun. Too. But also challenges you. These courses are also challenging you. This is not just a good watch. At the end of each one, he's going to make you do your homework and challenge you to change your life.
How? He's going to come to my house?
So you get 8 weeks walkthrough.
Okay.
Then you get this private community.
Okay.
That'll change the game for you.
Where are these testimonials from? This doesn't exist. This is innovative, immersive community that has not existed yet. So how are they saying this? So great. I woke up to this wonderful big news this morning. I'm so happy because this means so much to me. Thank you. You rock. Okay, where's this from? Hello, Soul Family. I wanted to post and say thank you. Like, this group does not exist yet. This offer has not been made, has not been given yet. So, okay. Who are these people? Random people? AI people? Who are they?
Because you're going to be connected to this group. The people that you saw on the screen, but I get to see hundreds of you in front of me. You're connected to something bigger than yourself. That's an amazing package. Course, workbook, live weekly, and part of something bigger.
Oh, no, he comes back.
But Tony and I, we've been doing this for a long time. We had so much fun partnering and working with McConaughey that we wanted to create something so irresistible.
Now we're at $15.91 with the weekly road trip pit stops, which is so expensive, and then priceless community access.
During this event, that if you're thinking about it, you got to say yes. And this is only for this event.
No, it's not, because I went on the website today, and it's up until the 29th, so you can... But actually, I don't know about this part. I'm pretty sure this part is also part of the website, but we're going to look at the website in a second. So this is his thing, mastermind.com. So they're going to sign you up for 3 months free. And then if you forget to cancel the membership, then you have to pay it for the next month for like $40-something a month. It's like 48 or 47, which is their stupid website, which apparently is associated with Brendan Burchard and everyone who went to that mastermind that I talked about, where Heidi and Dave announced their breakup at the time in Napa. It's all the same character. So again, if you've gone to one of these seminars, you've seen them all. They all just circle jerk each other, until the cows come home.
We decided to give you 3 months free of Mastermind. Now, that's a platform Tony and I created to have the immersion, have the repetition, have the accountability. And here's what we're going to do. You'll also get 3 monthly live trainings.
Wow.
Now, if you think about the weekly you're going to get, that's about the course. This is next level. These are deep dive. And I'll be live in May. In June, you'll have Marie Forleo back on how to have the big ask. Who'd like some more Marie Forleo? And here's the cool part.
No.
Just a couple days ago, Matthew McConaughey agreed to come back in July for a training to show you how he uses journaling to take his success to the next level. So you'll have lots.
I put a pen on the paper, and then I put my thoughts on it. Yeah, I've been doing that for 30 years. Woo! Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
5 monthly trainings as well. This is how you immerse yourself. This is how you say, I'm not settling for where my life was. I'm going to where I deserve to be, and I want to gain new skills, look through a new set of glasses, and take action. So you have live monthly trainings. Here's the cool part. You get 4 years of the past trainings. They're unbelievable.
Wow.
Okay, you have access to that. Next, as a part of Mastermind, this bonus we're giving 3 months for free, you're going to get a new course every month.
Okay, whatever. Okay, there's Jenna Kutcher. There's this girl, Glow Autonomo, who did like Instagram. Same thing as Jenna Kutcher. Did Instagram. Now she's a relationship expert. Brendan Burchard, who's, I don't know, annoying. They're all bad. You get that value for $1,000. Okay, we're going to skip through that. Whittier, thank you. Welcome. Let me make sure. Let me see. It's loading to see if there's a message with that. And then, as a bonus, they're going to give you 50 meals for free for the people of Feeding America. Okay, awesome. That's probably the only decent thing. So it makes you feel better about it. Let's see. Whittier, thank you. Just welcome. Sometimes they show messages. Just double checking. Okay. So now we got total value. Let me move out of the way. Dun, dun, dun. 3,961 doll hairs. Can you believe it, for some online courses from people who've already talked and given their best? What more can they possibly say? Well, we'll find out by paying money.
Immersive learning at its best. You get to have this guy ride shotgun with you for the next 3 months, 3 years, as long as you want. It's yours for life. Imagine going through a tough time and say, I need more love. I'm going to go get McConaughey. I need more balance.
God, can you imagine admitting to yourself, like, I need more love, and then opening up a Matthew McConaughey scam course? God, that's bleak. That is bleak. Sorry.
I'm going to go get more McConaughey. So I'd suggest you go through it right away, but have this as a library forever. You get live weekly walkthroughs, so we make sure you stay on track. You get the community, be a part of something bigger. And you get a live training every month. One of them will be with McConaughey. You get a new course monthly, over 30 to choose from in the library. We'll donate 50 meals. Honest and truly, this is real value at $3,900. And if today we dropped it to $997, I would say you guys should all run and get it right now.
Okay, so this is another tactic. You say the value is like $100 million trillion, but I'm feeling really good, so I'm gonna drop it down so everyone can do it to 1,000. But because you're so special in this group that's here for the event, we're gonna drop it even lower. It's like those infomercials or those things like normally this goes for retail stores like blow pens. Blow pens go for $1 million in retail stores, even though it's never been in a retail store ever. But for this one-time offer, and the ad runs for 20 years, you can get it for 2 easy payments of $100. Wow. It's like, okay, just leave it at that.
But here's the cool part, and only during our live, you can have Road Trip, the Highway to More, for $397. Go to jointheroadtrip.com. I'd write this down because it's today. This is event-only opportunity with Tony and I's bonuses, that price. And there's even a 3-pay. You can get started and have access to everything for $150 today. Guys, I feel so honored to be part of this, to watch what this man...
So that becomes $300, $450. If you can't pay $397 up front, you can pay $450 slowly. Great.
Put in. I can't wait for you to get this course in your hands. It is beyond that, and I am so stoked that you have access to it. So here's what we're going to do.
What?
We're only halfway through. Tony Robbins is fired up. We got Trent Shelton. If you don't know him, you're going to need to know him. And McConaughey's got an ending that'll blow your mind. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. Go get enrolled.
Go get enrolled. Okay, so that's the pitch. Take the 10 minutes, get enrolled. Can't wait. Okay, so let's look at the website because I looked earlier. And it is, what is it? jointheroadtrip.com. Okay. Here we go. Wow. Amazing. Your roadmap to catching more of life's green lights. Thank you, Angela Arnold. Thank you so much. Angela Arnold says, $1 equals 10 meals for feeding America. What are they feeding them? What are they feeding these people? Good point. Welcome, Nina. That is interesting. What do I have to say about that?
I've been an alpha female.
I only have to eat $1 a day. I'm an alpha female.
It's okay to cry.
It's okay to cry, everybody. I have Marianne Williamson sound bites, but I didn't put them in here. Did I? No. Dang. Next time, I'll bring those out. They're really funny. There's like 5 good ones that I pulled from that one.
I love selling stuff online.
I'm surprised Jay Shetty wasn't in the background on this. He loves selling stuff online. Anyways, thank you, Angela Arnold. That is very sus. Okay, so here we go. Same thing. You can buy it. Pay in full today and save $53. Over 70% of our action takers chose this option. Wow, they are really manipulative. They're like, be like everyone else. Become a leader by following everyone else. Okay, for $397. Okay, but the event was yesterday. Looks like I could still sign up for the same price. All right, guess it wasn't true. And then you can, same thing. 100% money back guarantee. Okay. So you have 30 days to do it, which I think, okay, at least they have that. That makes me feel a little better. They're going to try to manipulate you into not leaving, but okay. It says, McConaughey is so confident that you will absolutely love this unique immersive learning experience we built for you that we offer a 100% money back guarantee. With that being said, this program won't work if you don't consume the content, but if for some reason you don't love what we've created in the first 30 days, email us and we will take care of your refund. Okay, let's hope that is true. Okay, so you get Matthew McConaughey looking a little rough. You get his little booklet. You get the Carissa woman. Apparently she's involved somehow. You get rando people. You get 3 months. Okay, looks like everything that was offered is the same. Okay, so just in case you didn't know, times they do be a-changin', and it's time for us to adapt and evolve. It's time to take a roadmap that really goes somewhere, a road trip on a highway that gives us more. Okay, here's your sneak peek. Admit more you, more value, more choice, more balance, more joy, more cool, more love, more selfish. I think they should have made this number one a little bit different. Why is everything else more, but admit more? More admitting, more guilt? I don't know. Okay, so then there's some questions. And then, here's one. What happens after 3 free months of Mastermind? What's great is that the 3 months free to Mastermind is simply an added bonus. After 3 months, if you want to continue the live monthly trainings, new courses monthly, and get trained by Matthew 4 times a year, it is just $47 a month. Most people who get 3 months free to Mastermind stay on the platform for at least 9 to 12 months after. I am sure you will do the same, because you'll forget to cancel your credit card, and they probably make it really difficult to cancel, even though they said they won't. Okay, let's get access, babies. Let's do it. Okay, fill out my information, complete my order. I can't. I'm not going to fill out my information. And then it says, with my order today, I get to keep Road Trip for life. Separately, I also get 3 months free of Mastermind membership and can cancel anytime inside my account or emailing the support at Mastermind. If I don't cancel before my trial ends, I will be billed $47 per month plus tax, starting on the 4th month on the card provided. I also have read and agreed to the terms of service privacy statements. Okay, also I read that through, and basically they say that they can share your information with their affiliates. They can share the information with partners of theirs. Anytime they feel like you may want to purchase something, they can share your information with them. So you'll probably be getting some ads and some spam stuff from all the other grifters, because they'll be purchasing your information probably, is basically what they're allowed to do. There you go. Order now, baby. And it also says powered by mastermind.com right at the top. So they're really not hiding it, that this is completely not really Matthew McConaughey. Matthew McConaughey is like basically an employee of Dean Graziosi now, which is sad, because you should never give Dean Graziosi that much credit ever. The fact that he has Matthew McConaughey on his payroll says something about the state of the world, I suppose. Okay, so they're going to take a 10-minute break, and then this chick comes back, and she's going to answer some questions about the group. Let me see if there's anything interesting in this. We're almost done with this part. That was like the big crux. I didn't watch the ending of McConaughey, so I'm not sure what he does or if it's worth watching. I could not watch the full 6 hours. I'm sorry. I tried twice, but let's see. Okay, 3:45. So she's like, you should definitely buy it. She's like, I did the course in 2 days. Also, she's like, I did the course in 2 days. It's like, so I'm going to pay $400 to do this course in 2 days. I don't know. I don't think that was the right thing for her to say. And also, when she is leaving, he gives her a big old smooch, which makes me feel like maybe he's inebriated because he's getting a little handsy.
Welcome to the stage, Matthew McConaughey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How we doing?
She went for the high five and he went for the kiss on the cheek, which is always fun. Rebecca Romana, thank you so much. It's going to pop up in a second. Rebecca Romana says, Vikings is going great. Spanish, I got 56% on the test today. And the 12-page history of Islam paper has made me cry 3 times this weekend. Manifesting failure. Anyway, you look really nice in yellow. Oh my God, thank you so much. Now, you're not manifesting a failure. You're woman-festing a failure. Okay?
My eyebrow stays on.
Also,
my mouth is so bored.
Just tell your professor that, and I'm sure arrangements can be made. I'm sorry.
Scruffy cones.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm glad it's going okay. Well, maybe not okay. Maybe it's going really bad based on your comment, but I hope it gets better. I really do. Never mind. Emily, who's just joining. Yes. Yes. That is the best part about this whole experience, the fake laugh track and the clapping track. Okay, so he's back, and let's see. He's going to introduce Trent, basically, now. And Trent, I have my opinion on him. I've watched a couple of his talks. He went to Rise several times, I believe, Rachel Hollis's conference. He's been around. He's on MLM conferences. His whole shtick from every time I've seen him is scream as loud as he can, make it sound like it's inspirational. And then literally they do like a preacher song in this one, which was awkward as hell. So we'll go to that part. We'll give it a little bit. He's just screaming, screaming, screaming. And I also think his hat is ugly. I'm sorry. He's got like dreads and he's got like good hair. And I almost feel like, and I hate to say this, I almost feel like they did not allow him to have his natural hair shown for some reason. And I don't know why they would want that not to be shown, but the vibe I get, because this hat is so large and awkward, that it was some sort of like, I don't know, like we don't want to turn off like our conservative audience or something. I don't know. That is a leap. I'm just guessing, but because like it doesn't make sense why he's wearing this hat otherwise. But here's his cadence. I'll give you a little preview and then we'll go to like the scammy part at the end.
Just like you show off those custom-made things, those one-on-one things, how about you start showing off yourself?
That's the whole thing.
And give your gift to the world.
Yeah.
Unwrap that beautiful gift of yours. And I don't care what limitations you're thinking right now, what excuses. I don't look like the speaker in personal development.
Okay, so his role, like I mentioned, you just had the 10-minute break, right? Then you had Matthew McConaughey come back and like tell you like, oh, this is going to be such a great course. Now, people who are saying no, people who said like, no, I can't afford it. No, I don't want to do it. No, whatever. But remember, you said in the beginning of the day that you wanted to change your life. Remember when you admitted all the problems that you have in your life? Do you really want to not change that? Because you just said that you wanted to, and now you have an opportunity. You have this $400 course that could fix your entire life, and you're not going to take it? Come on. Like, we need to get you in gear. That's what his role is here. So he literally says that at, let's see, 3:57. 07. Okay, so let's go back a tiny bit. So that's his role.
You got a choice when you get to April of 2024. Is that greatest you still going to be a stranger? Or is that greatest you going to be your best friend? Are you still going to be talking about change, typing about change, saying amen, living a good life of talking, but not doing anything about it? I get it. We all got visions, right? Our vision boards are so cute, amazing, right? Artistic. Like, look, oh my gosh, that's Picasso. Some of y'all are amazing with your vision boards. And it's good. And I know this is none of you, but for the majority of the world,
none of you,
that vision stays exactly at a vision.
Yeah, so that's his whole thing. He's going to get you to make massive change. The biggest change you can do is buy this course that we just offered you. There you go. Okay, he talks about the difference between watchers, which is people watching, versus doers, which is people buying the course, in my opinion. So he's really laying it on thick. Okay, and then let's go to 402. You're going to make a commitment away from a new life. And don't let your friends dissuade you is also. So if you texted somebody like, hey, I'm about to buy this, what do you think? And they said, absolutely not, do not buy this. This is what you're supposed to feel.
Small, by the way. Small mindsets can't comprehend big visions. It's oftentimes the people closest to you that don't get what's meant for your life. They're too close to you to see your greatness. And what a lot of us do, we have this vision and idea, we run to the people closest to us because we love people. Those people, they love us. And we tell them our vision, we share it, and they give us the sympathy answer like my friends gave me. Oh, that's cool, but how about you start here?
Like, I know you want to change your life, but how about you start by literally doing anything else? No. Loser mentality.
And make a long story short because of time, I've been to Africa 3 times. South Africa, Cape Town. I've been across Africa with my own events 3 times.
Again, What is he doing in Africa? He doesn't say. Why did he want to go to Africa? He does not say. He says he wanted to become a motivational speaker. And his friend said, why don't you start in Dallas practicing being a motivational speaker before you go to Africa to do motivational speaking? He's like, no, I'm going right to Africa. Okay, why? I don't get it. It doesn't go into any detail.
And every time I go, and I want y'all to get this, every time that I go to Africa, across the world, they always ask me this question. Say, Trent, are you surprised that you're here?
Yeah, I was blindfolded and put on a plane. I don't know where I ended up. It's like, what? Who would ask that?
I sit and think for a moment. Said, no, I'm not. They look at me like, so I'll tell you why. You see, my physical body is in Africa right now, but my mind was in Africa 5 years ago.
Why, though?
My mind was in Africa before my physical body ever showed up. And all life had to do was, reality had to catch up to my faith. That vision of yours. You see, I believe that God designed a unique vision for each and every one of us. It's like going to the eye doctor. I forgot the eye doctor's name. Y'all can put it in the chat. Like, I always mess it up. But going to the eye doctor, and you go to the eye doctor, and they give you a specific prescription.
Put the laugh track on for that. Okay. So let's skip ahead. Oh, 40630. He's got kind of like a massive mess up, similar to Dean's.
Not living the vision that was created for us and meant for us. We live the rest of our life unclear, unsure, not having clarity because you're expecting somebody else to see a vision that wasn't meant for you. I mean, wasn't meant for them. It was meant for you. So I want to
I really care about this, but I'm going to get it completely opposite and meaningless now because it's the wrong thing that I didn't mean to say. Now, of course, people mess up. I'm not trying to make fun of his mess up, but like, if you're so passionate and you're saying like the complete wrong thing, it's like, it does make it sort of awkward. Okay, so now he's back to yelling. Okay, now here becomes the he's got something real important to say and the slowest zoom I've ever seen in my life. So buckle up, as they say.
A divorce or this or that. So
here we
there's
go.
nothing meant for my life. With your permission, everything that's meant to work against you can work for you. Last time I checked, broken crayons still color the same. And my friend, side note, you ain't broken. So it's time for you to keep coloring your story and keep writing your vision. Everybody put your hand over your heart real quick. Robert, I see you up there, big dog driving. So don't put your hand over your heart. Okay, you're still doing it. I appreciate you.
By the dawn.
Put your hand over your heart, and I want to speak to your heart for a moment.
Okay. Man. Cue the music. I can't take this cheesy shit. I'm sorry.
Never back down when your back's against the wall.
I'm sorry.
It matters how many times you get back up.
I'm vibing.
Not how many times you fall. It's about your mentality. What's the point of dreaming a dream if you're not working to turn that dream into reality? So speak life into your life.
I don't know, man.
Speak life into your life. Right now in the chat, speak life into your life. Say, I am purpose. I am healed. I am free. I am me. I am my next level. I am greatness. Speak life into your life.
Speak life into your life.
As Marie said, I am not these things anymore. Speak life into your life. Be your own motivation. You see a legend? It's just an ordinary person.
Zoom right into his
with
eyes.
Extraordinary determination. So find a way and make one. Because at the end, you just regret the chances you didn't take.
I believe
so find the
in
courage
myself.
to take one. Your only limit is you.
Yeah.
Don't surrender to your struggle. Make that struggle surrender to you.
Yes.
You see, pain is temporary, but giving up is forever. Never settle for good enough when you know inside you lives something better. You didn't come this far just to settle. You didn't come this far just to accept whatever. You came this far to take it to your next level. You came this far to become something greater. You came this far to become something greater. And I don't care what odds are stacked against you, my friends, you are highly favored. So for your family, for your life, for your vision, for this world, don't you ever stop working. And I think the Art of Living will teach you this. When the destination is worth reaching, the path won't always be perfect. But I promise you, it's worth it. I'm so proud of you.
Which leads me to
Now it's time
say,
for you to be proud of yourself.
okay, all of that.
Like I always say, it all starts with you. It's rehab time.
So buy the course.
Let's get it. While it's on my heart, I just want to say this before I bring Matthew back out here.
The real
This
reason.
ain't no fluff, and I hope y'all feel my heart. But the
No.
team sent me the experience, as I call it. The program, the immersive learning.
This honestly, no, I hate to say it because I don't think that was bad. Like it had some passion, whatever. I'm not into it personally, but I understand why other people like it. The fact that he can go into that so like seriously and then pitch like this, that scares me because that makes me feel like Matthew McConaughey leaving sort of like kind of like can't even face himself in the mirror of selling this bullshit. Like, I think it's a little bit better. It's a little bit cowardly, but it's a little bit like, okay, he understands how cringe this is. But Trent Shelton doing that whole like speech with the music and like, you believe in yourself and like looking above and put your hand on your heart and then gonna pitch now the course seems more nefarious to me personally.
And I had to pick up my daughter, Marley, from school. And I was like, I'm just gonna watch 5 minutes of it. I'm sure it'd be great. Well, that 5 minutes turned into the whole first module of 35 minutes. And I go to my daughter's school and I'm almost late and my teacher was like, Trent, like, I had to wait. And I was like, well, I was watching something from Matthew McConaughey. She was like, okay, cool, that's okay. For Matthew, it's cool. But for everybody who signs up today, right now, takes ownership over their life, I'm gonna give you a gift from me. This is my baby. And I'm gonna give it to you. The self-worth method. It's yours as a bonus.
The self-worth
Just as a thank
method.
you for showing up for yourself and taking ownership over your life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's take that road trip. I'll be in the backseat. Let's get
Graphics rise up.
Bring Matthew back up. How you doing, brother?
He's like, I just killed that shit, man. I just fucking sold at least 10 more spots. I don't know. That was not good for me. I think he thinks he deserves like the accolades of like, I'm such a good speaker. And I don't know. I think if you're talking to like the Carolina Panthers before a big game, yes, sure, great. But talking to a bunch of people that are claiming to have like big life problems and needing guidance, like I don't think you should hard sell them with emotional manipulation because like that's what it is. I can't deny that that's emotional manipulation. Okay, so now the big funny part, the real funny part. Tony Robbins is going to come on. And this is the best technical difficulty I've ever seen in my life. Okay, let's skip I don't know why I came back to the screen. Let's skip ahead. So he didn't have the time in his busy schedule to show up in person, Tony Robbins. He starts at 4:19. So he's going to introduce Tony. There's a whole video about who Tony is and how amazing he is and how much money he donates and how many meals he gives. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So the tech issue begins at 4:22. Basically, it's the whole time. It's awkwardly happening in the background, but they finally address it at 4:22. And I think this will go down as one of the best moments in my life. I'm just kidding. In this 6-hour session. Here we go.
Just hit that goal a few weeks ago of providing 1 billion meals in 8 years because I had no money when I was growing up. So pretty cool.
Let's go back a little bit because it gives it a little setup. Okay. And first, before we move to this part, Alexis B. Ken, thank you so much. Alexis says, youth pastor says, can the band come back up? Yeah. I never went to a church like that. I went to Catholic church, which is much different than having like the whole like setup of a band and like smoke and stuff and fog and all that. So, but when I see like Hillsong stuff, I'm like, that seems interesting. That's the vibe I got from that one. So for that I say...
The mango frequency.
The mango frequency.
Clear, clear, clear.
Clear, clear, clear. That's what they said in my church. Just kidding. Thank you, Alexis. Appreciate it. Okay, so here comes Tony from his house in Miami, probably.
They decide what's right in their heart and soul. Leaders happen. This voice in your head goes, "Who are you kidding?"
So this is the problem starting.
Crazy is not being a follower of the culture. Yeah. You know, leaders create their own culture. They decide what's right in their heart and soul. They don't let in.
See, I think if you're looking for a sign, this is like satanic. The voice is sounding devilish. So I think this is the universe giving us another sign that something's wrong here.
Nothing else dragged them away from that. Crazy is I'm going to feed 1 billion people when I said it originally. But it started with 2 and then 4 families and then 8. And, you know, I just hit that goal a few weeks ago of providing 1 billion meals in 8 years because I had no money when I was growing up. So pretty cool.
The awkward cheering. Okay.
Okay. Got a sound thing we're fixing up right now. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to bang on some skins and try to stay crazy. Just a second.
Okay.
Okay, again, this is live. There's the microphone again on the drums.
Ain't no cops coming if you bang 'em. Ain't no cops coming if you do. Ain't no cops coming if you bang 'em. Just make sure you ain't wearing your birthday suit. That is how I got arrested. There was nothing wrong with what I was doing. I was banging on my drums 3 in the morning in my birthday suit. That was proof of my innocence. Cops came in. Oh, man, you got to put on some clothes. We're taking you down.
And they're
Tony, can you speak again? See if you're coming through. I see him, I don't hear him.
How's it working?
Not great. This is a nightmare. He's talking about his getting arrested because he was naked playing bongos and he got arrested. I don't know the details of that completely, but he's like, let me bring this up. That'll distract us from the sound problems. Thanks, Glenn Doyle. Thank you so much. Welcome back. It's been a while, I think. Perhaps. But thank you. Did the last guy say he was going to give us a baby? I don't know. To Trent Shelton, he may have. I couldn't tell. There's a lot of music and sound effects and laughing and cheering that I couldn't hear everything. So we'll never know officially. But you know what we will know?
That's suspiciously like $500.
I should have played that earlier. I forgot about this. This is what I've learned so far from this 6-hour event.
Nothing.
Thanks, Glenn Doyle. I'll have to go back and find that out. I don't think so. Oh, his baby. Yes, his baby was his method. That is an online course. That's what he was saying. That he was talking about his actual baby who was taken to school. Then he changed subjects and said he was going to give us his baby. But his baby is the course that's called like the self-worth method, which is meaningless drivel. So I think that's what it was.
This is gold, straight up.
Straight up. All right, so now they're going to fix his audio, barely, kind of.
You know what? That's okay. I'm hearing myself really loud. If you guys can hear me and it's not on your side, I don't care. We'll just go for it.
Do you hear Tony, everybody? Thumbs up?
Can you hear me okay?
Everyone can hear him.
All right, let's just do it.
Look at that. So,
I'm going to hear myself twice.
We were talking crazy. We were talking crazy. Yeah, you know, you remind me of those... We listen to people, the world, we watch the news, and we do, and all of a sudden, it's like we put those little fictitious ceilings overhead, like a lid, you know? Yeah. And I always talk about this thing, like if we could have immortal finish lines, then we wouldn't choke because, you know, like Bo Jackson, as an athlete, yes. He'd run with the ball. He wouldn't run, he wasn't trying to cross the goal line. He was running across the goal line, through the end zone, and up the freaking tunnel. He was going on the other side. And if we do have our projections further and our ceilings higher, we don't get kind of nervous or choke at the goal line. You know, we do seem to go a lot further. Yeah, we do got to watch that because the world does like to say, hey, shh, back in your place. That's enough. I've talked to you about this. Icarus. Yes. I think our challenge is Icarus in reverse. You know.
Okay, so there you go. So now that he talks and Tony talks about how amazing the seminar format works and how that changed his life and that he like begged to be allowed in a seminar when he was working as a janitor in high school. Somehow he had time. Tony Robbins was a janitor in high school. I don't get it. But he said that he, begged this rich man to allow him to go to the seminar, and he paid like a week's worth of his paycheck to go. But it was worth it because, people at a seminar teach you all of their life lessons really fast. And if you didn't go, welcome, Buttercup. If you didn't go to the seminar, you'd have to learn all those lessons for decades. But if you go to the seminar, you can learn all of his wisdom in 3 hours. So, that's the pitch to get you to do this course. That's the purpose behind it. He also talked about being resourceful and finding the money, that it's not that hard. He says he drops a life is happening for you, not to you. And then at 5:02, he says, what's one thing you could do today to change your life? Well, I guess like buying McConaughey's course, I suppose would fit that, I guess. I don't know why I would say that. Here it is.
Wanted her to be, I wouldn't be the man I'm proud to be. Because I had to grow and learn and become a practical psychologist. And she had a beautiful heart. I'm a big part of her is in me still today.
Yeah, he calls himself a practical psychologist, which is annoying. Because it's like, you could just become a real psychologist if that was your passion. But all right.
So I tossed out those things because we all have...
Aw, Buttercup says, hi, Taro. You have a fan. Buttercup says hi. What do you have to say to Buttercup? She says... translated that for you. That means hi, in case you didn't know. Okay, so that's about where I stopped because I literally could not take any more. So we can watch the end because it was promised to be like the most exciting, amazing thing possible, or we could just, Dean's drawing on the board, which they do in every one of these schemes because they make it seem like you're actually like brainstorming together in some way. Like, oh yeah, let me write down every single in-person seminar I've done and everyone I've watched online has had a whiteboard where someone writes like the dumbest shit on the board possible. Like, you here where you want to go, and they circle it, which is probably what this is, I'm assuming. Let's see. Glenn Doyle says, who would want to be an actual psychologist? Yeah, I'm telling you, not worth it. Not worth it, Glenn Doyle. I don't know. That's a good question. We should ask poll the audience. Who would actually put the time in? For what benefit? Just become a life coach. God.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
Psychologist charisma, straight up off the chart. Thank you, Glenn Doyle. And Pokebetch says, how is our karma so bad we get Mick replacing DH? I know. McConaughey. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we've spoken it into truth too much, I suppose. I don't know how karma works or how it's supposed to work. Thank you to Caitlin Amanda. Welcome. And then Caffeinated Angel, I see your tag. They were trying to play Tony off because he kept talking and he told this insufferable story about his daughter going to New York City to dance. Oh, you missed nothing. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. I did remember that one. Him talking about her going to Broadway is different than LA. It's like, okay, sir. Cool. Okay, so then thank you, everybody. Thank you. Taro is a little bit blocking the soundboard, so I have to kind of just pick at random.
Priceless, juicy nuggets.
Did you pick that one for me? Thank you. She would like, I love priceless, juicy nuggets.
She's like, I get 1 kibble per feature on this show, so I gotta get my fill tonight. Okay, so they're selling the course more, got the course on here. Again, they have a break, I guess. Okay, now this is the end. Oh, he's gonna read from a book. Wonderful, called The Greatest Salesman. Okay.
Most of all,
let's just see.
I will love myself. For when I do, I will zealously inspect all things which enter my body, my mind, my soul, and my heart. Never will I overindulge the requests of my flesh. Rather, I will cherish my body with cleanliness and moderation. Never will I allow my mind to become attracted to evil and despair.
Okay, he's
If it's just one or the other that wins, it turns into a business transaction.
Oh, God. Not the slow zoom again. Okay, let's start here. I'm just jumping around.
Gaps we need to close, and however wide they may be.
He looks tired.
Everybody, just make sure to give yourself some credit.
Okay, thank you.
Said it in the opening. You're here. You're putting out the effort. You're trying. You made a choice. Where you are right now is a solid step
I love you so much.
in the right direction. No. Trust that. Believe that. And know that you
Me?
chose it.
Oh.
That was damn selfish of you.
Choose sadness.
Amen. Good night. Just keep living.
He's like, I'm just getting out of here, man.
All right, everyone. It has been a beautiful and incredible day. We've got our amazing team that has made this incredible event possible joining us here on stage. And we want to finish by saying thank you so much. Thank you for your willingness, your dedication to shift your plans, to change your schedules, to be here with us live and make history. Again, this was the first ever live event that Matthew McConaughey has ever hosted. And you, my friend, were a part of it. A couple final announcements. Our VIPs, we're going to get started in 15 minutes from this moment.
God, they don't get a break, man. 6 hours straight, they got to go to the VIP. I guess to make millions, you got to just work your booty off. And then they all do like a thing. Dance, dance, dance. Matthew's like, I don't think Matthew knows where he is anymore. Based on this, here, we don't listen to the music, but he looks like he's lost. Like someone has to guide him to his green room at this point. What is he doing? He's like, don't touch my bongos. Okay, you can touch him, but I'm going to get something out of it. Okay, that's gross. Is that his wife? Okay, that's his wife, I think. I wonder if his wife, sometimes, I hate to say it, don't mean to be sexist, but sometimes people's wives will be the ones to be very into the spirituality and like self-help stuff. And then all of a sudden, slowly the men become involved. Oh man, wow, what a ride. What a ride it was. What a ride. What do you think, Kitty? Do you think it was a good ride? You gonna go take the highway? The highway to Hades? Okay. All right, let's now completely switch gears. Actually, no. Let's read an article first before. I need a like a downer. I need a little bit of a segue. Let's read an article that the Daily Mail wrote about this event that we just witnessed. Okay, so Daily Mail, take it with a grain of salt, but you know, it's interesting, and I'm glad that I'm not the only one who thought this was like insane. I know you guys do too, but like, you know, out in the real world. Okay, bye. Love you. See you in a little bit. Okay, it says, not all right. Matthew McConaughey is slammed after his bizarre self-help webinar on the Art of Livin featuring Tony Robbins descended into sales pitch for vague life coach course. Oh, God, I love when stuff like this goes mainstream. It's so validating. Valued at $4,500. Matthew McConaughey was, okay, we already read that. Matthew has been slammed after his bizarre self-help seminar descended into a sales pitch for an expensive life coach course valued at $4,500 and, $4,507 specifically, apparently. The Oscar-winning actor hosted the webinar on Monday, during which he played the bongos and offered vague advice about self-improvement before presenting a program called Road Trip, The Highway to More. Thanks, Mai. Mai says, how big is Taro? Oh, she big. She a big baby. She's a big girl, but we love her the same. She's mostly hair and fluffy because she used to be bigger bellied, but then she lost weight and now she just has a lot of skin and hair. So She's actually skinnier than she appears, but she's not tiny. She's not a little tiny girl. But no one mentioned it to her, okay? Is she a big kitty? No. She's a skinny queen. I'm just kidding. Yeah, she's a little big. But she's on a diet and she's healthy, I promise. But thank you for asking. Right, kitty? She's like, she's out of it. Okay, then it says, McConaughey was joined in the Art of Living seminar by motivational speaker Tony Robbins and entrepreneur Dean Graziosi as they rolled out the 8-week package, which was reduced to $397 for those who tuned into the online event, which also was available on the website, which said it was going to be the same price till the 29th. So, not even really true. The course claims to help people live up to their full potential, but scores of viewers have since condemned the seminar as a shameful attempt to cash in. Yeah. According to the Art of Living website, over 2.4 million people joined McConaughey for the self-help seminar, which was billed as an intimate one-time event to create a future you can look forward to. McConaughey has promoted the seminar and asked people to be cool to your future self and show up. Viewers who shell out for 2-month course, okay, there's the duh there, missing, will be taken through 9 mile markers on your highway to more, which includes monikers like more you, more cool, more selfish. A wide-eyed McConaughey went on to make several odd statements in the webinar, including, the art of living starts with admitting. If we want to be legit, we gotta first admit. Yeah, I just rhymed. Guilty. I do that all the time. Viewers were also urged to name, claim, and declare their motivations for growth, where they journal their desires to manifest them into reality. But many were left unimpressed as the actor spent several hours rattling through ambiguous advice, such as not being lazy with yourself and asking ourselves the right questions. Speaking alongside an automated laugh track and applause generator, the recommendations have given the audience, I think it's supposed to be, I read it wrong. Okay. Speaking alongside an automated laugh track and applause generator, the recommendations he gave the audience included quitting the 9-to-5 job to pursue $1 million business idea. That's always the worst thing too. It's like, yeah, quit your job that gives you security and allows you to buy dumbass courses like this and become what? A $1 million actor, a life coach? Like, I always think that advice is ridiculous and stupid. I'm here because I'm not making straight A's in everything that I'm preaching about, and stuff that I've already learned I'm still not living up to, continued the actor as he spoke through terms including complacency and illusions. In one of the stranger segments of the 4 hours long seminar, it was actually 6.5 with an hour in the beginning and I guess at the end. So, 4 hours long in content. McConaughey picked up his bongo drum and tapped along while reading off commenters' reasons for joining the online class. I want a better life, he began. I want to be a better husband. I'm a self-sabotager. Viewers were left disappointed, however, when the celebrity hosts ended the webcast with an appeal to buy their expensive motivational program. Here's all the moments. He looks so tiny. McConaughey's seminar spree is billed as a follow-up to his 2020 best-selling memoir, Green Lights, which he says will allow him to go deeper and even more practical than his book. Valued at $44,507, those who fork out for the culminating course will gain access to benefits including a live weekly road trip pit stops, worth $497, and an immersive learning experience worth $1,094. The package also includes 50 bonus meals donated to the charity Feeding America and private community access, both of which are deemed priceless in the cost breakdown. But many took to social media to hit out at the event for being a cash grab with one warning: don't bother, infomercial. Amen. This turned into a pitch for an expensive class. Not all right, another added. A third viewer who said she was broke due to caring for her sick husband slammed the long sales call, saying, I definitely didn't expect a huge sales pitch that I and probably a bunch of others can't afford. Bummed. The 2-month course offers a 30-day money-back guarantee for those who aren't happy with their purchase, but the website warns viewers that this program won't work if you don't consume the content. McConaughey's preference to use bongos throughout the seminar also saw him riff a new song about his 1999 arrest, where he joked about how he was taken into custody while playing the drum naked in Austin, Texas. There's the comments. Later in the seminar, McConaughey also introduced longtime motivational speaker Tony Robbins, who told the Interstellar actor he was digging everything you're talking about. You're good crazy, not bad crazy, he added. The seminar, which is set to continue every week, is owned by Mind Mint LLC, which is owned by Robbins and Graziosi. We talked about that in the last stream. And McConaughey's Barefoot Money Inc. startup. Mind Mint LLC, Dean Graziosi, and Tony Robbins representatives have been contacted by Daily Mail for comment. Oh, Lord. So it seems like the internet is not that on board with the bongos, which makes me happy, which makes me feel like maybe we are on to something and we're doing, and not important work, but like we're getting closer to like people not getting ripped off. Like people are becoming more aware in the mainstream. Like, you know, people who like self-help or were in self-help and then got out seem to be very attuned to what's going on. But someone who just likes Matthew McConaughey may never have known who Tony Robbins was or Dean Graziosi was and know the ins and outs. So the fact that even those people are starting to go, this is a scam. Yes. Woo, 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 woo. That's all I have to say. Let's look on Twitter just to see real quick. Of course. Oh, yeah. I saw that Ed Millett did a interview with McConaughey beforehand to talk about it. And he said the video on YouTube, he titled it, McConaughey said this was his best interview ever about his own video. It's like, okay. Thanks, Ed Millett. And this person says, the art of living, bongos and fake cheering. It's surreal. Just out here living his best life. I'm live tweeting Matthew McConaughey's Art of Living live event. So far, the sound was off and the perky host is explaining how Zoom works. Man, that's funny. Sorry, everyone. Tucker and Don Lemon are interesting, but this is huge. So huge. Dean Graziosi is about to speak. Wow, that's good. I love it. Sharon says, who's got 8,000 followers. Okay, she's an author of something and co-host and science reporter. Not all right. Matthew McConaughey is slammed after his... Oh, that's just the article. Wait, what is happening? Art of Living, a church service now? That does look like a church service. Interesting. Okay, and then some more ads and things. I don't know. Seems like it was a flop, but I'm sure they made millions of dollars, so it don't matter. I guess if you're able to withstand the cringe of your own behavior to make money, you probably will make money, which is the unfortunate part. But again, for now, I hope eventually people will wise up and not do this anymore. Okay, and on that note, we are going to now switch gears and talk about a very serious topic called the Dave Hollis autopsy results topic. And as I've said many times before, I've talked about Dave Hollis at length. I've criticized him, his work while he was alive. I read his last book. I actually never read his first book, so I don't know. Maybe I will read it just in my own time to understand more of the story down the line in a little bit. I got to take some distance from this whole thing. But I did read Built Through Courage. I reviewed it on this channel. I talked about Dave's various projects. So when he died, I was shocked. You know, obviously he was not that old. He was 47, I believe. It was about to be his 48th birthday right before he died. He died on February 11th or 12th, I believe, of this year, excuse me, unexpectedly. And at the time, the police, I don't know if it was the police or I think it was like the justice of the peace had said that they were going to do an autopsy and an investigation in the sense of, you know, checking to see if anything was astray in his toxicology report to see, you know, how he died because he was a young person. His family, immediately when his death was announced publicly, his family, his parents came out and said that that he had a heart condition, and we can look at that, I believe, that he had a heart condition and that, you know, he had been hospitalized recently, which was also surprising because we had not heard that before. He had never talked about a heart condition before, as far as I know. And I've followed him pretty closely, you know, in the last couple of years. And that he had been recently hospitalized for heart conditions. It turns out, though, that yes, he did have those heart conditions or a heart condition, but he also had some other things in his system which led to his death, which was ruled an accidental overdose. So a mixture of several drugs, or at least two, fentanyl being one of them, which, you know, we've heard about in the news in the last 5 years. It is an epidemic. Fentanyl is often laced into other drugs. It is used as a replacement because such a small amount can get the user much more affected. So, and of course, if you're buying street drugs, you don't know what's in it. You might think you do. You got a good guy that gets it for you, but like, you know, you don't know at the end of the day. So no one knows, obviously, except for him, whether he was choosing to take the fentanyl, if the fentanyl was just in the other drugs he was consuming. But the big irony, and I hate to use that word, is that, you know, he had done podcasts about being sober. He never admitted to being on hard drugs or using hard drugs. He only said he had issues with alcohol, which I think is unfortunately a socially acceptable, societally acceptable addiction to admit to. And his ex-wife, Rachel Hollis, has, you know, said she was an alcoholic before, but continues to glorify and praise alcohol through her various social media channels and podcasts. So I guess people think it's like kind of quirky and fun to like have an alcohol problem. So I think maybe that's why he decided to publicly come out with that part of things, but leave out, are you okay? Little tail sneezing. But keep the rest to himself, or this could be the first time. We don't know. I doubt that, but you know, you never know. So it says, former Disney executive Dave Hollis died of accidental overdose, had previous heart issues, autopsy says. The author and father of 4 had a history of drug and alcohol abuse. Okay, this is the first time I have seen in print or anywhere, other than speculation from people watching him be on the internet, that he had a drug problem. I didn't read his first book, but from what I understand from the first book, he talked a lot about his alcohol addiction and his problem. He ended up going to rehab last year for alcohol, and that's all, again, he talked about was overcoming his wanting to drink vodka after a stressful day or on a vacation that was stressful. Never said he was, doing hard drugs. So it says the cause of death for Dave Hollis, author and former executive of Disney, has been confirmed. Hollis, who died in February at the age of 47, had lethal amounts of cocaine, fentanyl, and alcohol in his system when he died, according to an autopsy from the Travis County Medical Examiner's Office, which was obtained by People. Okay, so there are some people on the internet who believe that everything is a conspiracy and nothing is real, and everything that comes from the police station, I guess, or, an medical examiner's office is somehow fake because they liked him, or that he, was a good guy. I don't know, according to them, that it's a lie or something. I find that to be obviously not true and sort of sad to read, again, grown adults not being able to grasp reality of a stranger they had never probably met or met one time and had a transactional relationship with, go to bat for somebody like this. Like, is it the worst quality in the world? No, but it's delusional. And I'm sorry to say that, but it just is. Like, you don't know what people are doing. Even if they're telling you that they're so authentic, those people have probably the most secrets, I will say, because in the self-help space especially, there's a lot of talk about authenticity. I mean, every news article written about the Hollises is about their authenticity. They talk about their sex life. They talk about, their alcohol problems. They're so authentic. But then meanwhile, there's all this other stuff going on. They had an amazing, exceptional marriage. All of a sudden they're divorced. Obviously there was more going on than they were saying. So the fact that they were authentic is already completely not true. We know that now, but at the time you want to believe. And unfortunately, there's still people who do believe and will believe it till the end of their life because they can't grasp that someone would lie to them or that they were so wrong. They'll just double down and say, no, it must be the medical office is wrong, which sucks because then it's what else can you believe? You probably are going to be primed to be scammed, but Oh, well. Okay. The motivational author and father of 4 was unresponsive when authorities arrived at the Hayes County home, and he was pronounced dead a short time later, the autopsy says. Hollis's death has been ruled an accident. So I believe he was found on Sunday because he was supposed to go to church, and he didn't go. And I don't know if someone called on him or he was supposed to pick up the kids or something. I don't know exactly why the police were there, but the police did show up on that day. I wonder if someone had known that he had partook in these drugs and alcohol and had a heart condition and called because they were worried, or it just happened spontaneously. They don't go into detail. And I wonder if I can get the report, then I would be able to see those details, or the police report, but I don't have it right now. It says Hollis had a history of drug and alcohol abuse, according to the medical examiner, in addition to high blood pressure and depression. Another thing, I think it was very obvious that he was depressed. Even in his last couple podcasts, he was definitely reconnecting with church and kind of discussing his life when it came to like feeling like he was enough, and reading between the lines, I think you could see that he was depressed or hear he was depressed. However, he never really said, I'm depressed, I need medication, I'm going through this really rough patch. He had said, he really focused on the haters and the bullying that he says he was receiving on, his comments and certain things. And, I'm not saying that's not true, but I don't think he ever came out and said I'm suffering from this, because it would tarnish his image of being this perfect guy that he claims everyone wanted him to be. And I say, and I've always said from the beginning, no one really wants you to be like that. Everyone wants, at least the people who I interact with, want you to be real. If you're claiming to be real, be real. I think everyone, even people his super fans, are wanting to accept this and say, oh my gosh, he was human, it's okay. So I just wish that he would have allowed himself to be his true self, because I think his life would have been better. And, he could have maybe helped other people who are really struggling with things that he was obviously struggling with. But, what can you do now? Okay, the medical examiner said Hollis also had hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, which leads to the narrowing and hardening of vessels that supply blood to the heart. Now, again, he was preaching and teaching a life of wellness, of health, and not to say that he wasn't healthy, but again, you cannot exercise your way to a perfect, healthy body. You cannot eat clean enough and take enough protein powder to fix issues that are going to come up possibly in your life. And I think that message needs to be reinforced with people, that yes, you could follow him, he could be your guru, but you do not know what his medical issues are. And he's running marathons and whatever. Don't feel badly that you're not doing that, because you never know what's going on. And I guess that's the whole point. It's I don't know. We'll look at that old one to see. I don't know if they talked about what the parents had originally said. It sounds like the parents were trying to get ahead of this news coming out, perhaps. I don't know if they even knew what had gone on, but obviously there probably would be remnants of what, he took in the house. So they probably had some indication early on, and they wanted to release a statement quickly saying that he had a heart condition. Now, whether they knew that was, a portion of the truth and that there was this other drug stuff going on, who's to say? I don't know. It says Hollis was listed as having moderate to severe atherosclerosis in the heart, which is a buildup of plaque in and on the artery walls, according to the Mayo Clinic, as well as an underlying natural disease of the heart that would have predisposed it to developing an abnormal rhythm, particularly in the presence of a stimulant drug such as cocaine. So, dude got unlucky, so it seems. I mean, he got this natural disease that is more susceptible to, if you were to do a stimulant, to be, deadly to you. Now, that just sucks, but that is what it is, and that's the risk you take with any of this stuff, I suppose. Excuse me. People reached out to Hollis's ex-wife, Rachel Hollis, for comment, but did not receive an immediate response. We're going to talk about her in a second, what she's posting, which I think is disrespectful, to say the least. And there's torn, opinions about that, but I just think, I look at my life and I look back at the people who have like wronged me in some way. I've never been married with children, but you know, and even my mom, even my dad, who I have major problems with that I've discussed before, briefly on this channel, if they were to pass away in some capacity, I would not want them to be smeared across, you know, I don't know, like I don't know, it's hard to know, because it's like, how can you judge someone for what they're going through? But I mean, that's what I do. Let's be honest. But I don't know. I just think that they're like, you just broke up with him a couple years ago. He's the father of your children. There doesn't seem to be much sympathy from my perspective, at least on her social media. It seems to be very much like, oh, hello. Very much like, I'm happier than ever before. Her, Rachel, and also Heidi recently said she's like had the best time of her life. Now that can be a coping mechanism, obviously, but I just find it to be rude. Like, just read that. I feel bad for him. And it's like, people have accused me. They're like, how dare you talk about this? And how dare you, you know, whatever, report on it or make a video about it. It's like, yeah, but I didn't know this guy. I reported about all the issues I thought he was, you know, a part of in the self-help world. And I feel like I gave him a fair shake. I wanted the best for him in the sense of what he was doing with his career. I'm not his wife. I'm not his girlfriend. So the fact that they are acting that way and I'm getting accused of like taking it too far, it's like, I didn't know this guy and he didn't know me, you know, and I have no proof that he ever saw a video. The only proof I have of anything is that Heidi sort of said that she saw something I did before and I was funny. That's the only thing that I have any connection with him at all. Anyways, not to defend myself, but like sometimes when this topic comes up now, there becomes like this issue and it's like, look, I hear you, but I feel like it's weirder if I just completely ignore it. And I'm not calling out other people, but like a lot of creators did a lot of content about Dave, and there hasn't been that many videos of him since about what happened. And I understand that that's their choice, but I find it to be unfair. Like, he was a public figure. I covered him as much as I could publicly because he released stuff. And now I'm covering his downfall. It doesn't change because he died. Like, again, at first, I thought, oh my God, if he had killed himself, that would be a totally different story. But it doesn't seem like that's what happened. So I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I feel like I'm, you know, being as ethical as I can. So that's where I'm coming from, just in case you were wondering. Okay, back to this. It says a family representative previously said David had died at his home outside of Austin, according to the Hollywood Reporter. Prior to his death, he had been hospitalized with heart issues, THR and Variety reported. We are devastated, ex-wife Rachel Hollis, an author and influencer best known for Girl Wash Your Face, and said in a statement shared on her social media page, I have no words and my heart is too broken to find them. She added, please wrap the kids up in prayers as we try to navigate through the unthinkable. Now she's saying to wrap the kids up in prayers. However, she's about to go on a tour for some reason. I don't know why. I want to be judgmental because if it was me, I would not be leaving my children, especially my child who's 5 years old, and maybe she's bringing her with her, but like, I don't know. It seems like if her career was going so great and the last tour that I had attended was like sold out, that's one thing, but she was barely scraping by selling tickets. She had to cancel several cities of her last tour. Other than the appeal of going and getting some like voyeuristic information about Dave and seeing if she talks shit about him on this like live tour, why would anyone go to this one? And the fact that you're gonna like leave your kids at home or potentially, or like have them travel with you, I don't know, it just seems like maybe sort of a selfish choice. But again, I'm not a mother, so. And I don't know if you saw the last stream I did about Rachel, but she's already sold the house that Dave died in to a family friend, and I don't think that they have possession of the house anymore. So her kids are now living at her house, I'm guessing, full time. I don't know, it just seems like a lot. They've put these kids through a lot. They moved them from LA to Texas. Now their dad is dead from this overdose, and now she's going to go on a tour, and she's got a new boyfriend, not new boyfriend, but she's got a boyfriend, and they've gone through a lot. And the little one is, 6 years old, 5 years old, and she's gone through like, being on camera for the first second of her life. There's pictures of her being born and then adopted. It's like, oh my God, the stress of that makes me stressed. Anyways, Dave and Rachel, who were married for 16 years before they announced their split in June 2020, share 4 children. Okay, we don't need to talk about their names. You already know them. Maybe. In May 2020, Hollis wrote about being 4 months. Okay, so Dave. In May 2020, Hollis wrote about being 4 months sober from alcohol on his blog. Again, only one he admitted to is being sober from alcohol. I use an app that counts the number of days since I last had a drink. I plan to have it counting forever, but am only focused on today. The post reads, Hollis also wrote that before getting sober, he'd endured a long, exhausting, very dark 3-month window where my worst insecurities spoke loudest, driving him toward alcohol use to cope. In his final social media post he shared less than a week before his death, Dave posted a photograph of his daughter smiling by the water. From a freeze to shorts in less than 48 hours, today was a good day, he wrote. Okay, then he talks about being at Disney, and then he took over as CEO. And then Rachel's the announcement. Okay, Dave hosted a podcast titled Rise Together in the years leading up to his death. In addition to being a New York Times bestselling author, his books included 2020's Get Out of Your Own Way, in which he discussed his drinking and problems in his marriage, according to THR. 2021's Built Through Courage, Face Your Fears to Live the Life You Were Meant For, and the 2022 children's book, Here's to Your Dreams. And then it has the substance abuse helpline. Whew, man. So I was surprised, personally. I thought that the heart condition and the hospitalization made a lot of sense. Not a lot of sense. I thought that explanation coming out so fast and that he had been hospitalized was like, oh, okay. So that would explain that. So sort of seeing the alcohol, if it was just alcohol, I think I would be maybe like, okay, you know, maybe it was the heart condition, maybe the alcohol didn't help. But the fact that there was fentanyl and cocaine, that is like kind of the extremeness that I'm like, that's hard to, I don't know, justify or go, oh, well, I can see myself doing that. Or like, oh, that's just a bad luck type thing. It's like, you know, I've never seen, not to say like, oh, I'm better than him. I'm not, but like, I've never seen those drugs before in my life. So I think he seems to be, and he was at his house, like it seems like this was not the first time that he had, you know, done that stuff. And there had been speculation too, you know, Pancake Gate, the thing that we discussed at length on this channel, which is where he was on his patio at his house and he just had come back from his book tour, his, you know, thrown together book tour with Heidi. And he said he hadn't slept and he was kind of acting irrationally and recording himself, reading from his book and saying, you know, people that were saying, I don't have money, I don't have a job, that they should buy the book to fix their life and how life-changing the book was, while also ignoring his kids who are like, you know, in the shots trying to get him to come and have breakfast. And it was a nightmare. And a lot of people speculated. I never said it because I don't know. If I'm not there in the room and there's no like of that corroborating evidence that they're saying it, I'm not going to ever say someone's like on drugs, like, you know, and if I ever do, please call me out for it. I can say like, it looks like maybe there's something going on, but I will never say, yes, this person is, you know, an addict or I don't know. Who am I to say that? But a lot of people did speculate about that. And, you know, it makes sense as to why they did. Now, let's show the Facebook page. This is not well, that's whatever. They added me to it, so fine. This is a group that was already created before the news came out. So it's people who like knew Dave, that like were fans of his, and you know, sharing memories and stuff. So a lot of people are like talking about the news, obviously, and there's been a lot of fighting about it, saying that, you know, like we shouldn't judge him, and that even though his life was not all that we knew, we should still support. And I'm torn because, again, you can think whatever you want. You can be whoever you want. You can say whatever you want. I'm a free speech warrior, okay? I'm a liberal free speech warrior. Kitty, you okay? Okay. She's like kicking and hitting the mics so hard. Are you okay? What's wrong? Why are you being violent towards me? And what was I going to say? Some people in the group who are there, I guess, to support feel bamboozled. And I understand that too, because he was someone who was, telling people how to live their life. He was someone teaching lessons and charging money, real money, real dollars to tell them how to live a good life and buy my book to change your life. Meanwhile, struggling secretly with a lot of issues potentially. And not that you can't teach while struggling. I don't believe that's true. But if you're not honest, then I don't think it's fair because, again, if you say, I started a multi-million-dollar business in 3 days with, no help. Okay, then it turns out you had $1 million trust fund and your parents are Bill Gates and Melinda Gates. It changes the entire premise of what you're teaching, right? So him saying, this is how you live a good life. And the way I know is because my life is so good. If it's really not that good and you're really, dealing with issues that are very serious, obviously, it kind of makes me not think twice, but just like it's fraudulent. Like it does make the whole memory, the legacy kind of tarnished at the very least and erased at the most. Like what was real? Was any of it real? Was any advice he said relevant or legitimate, or was it just regurgitated information from someone else that could have been delivered by anyone else? So that's that. So there's been like sort of drama in the group and, people just expressing themselves. And I think that's good. And this is like a group you have to ask to be added to, but I don't think there's no questions you have to answer anything. So people are just kind of talking about it. And, I don't know. It's just sad. It's just sad that people are into this stuff in the first place where they canonize people who are just people. That's the problem. It's like people who say, I have all the answers and all the solutions. That's a problem because they do not. They are human beings. And then people who follow them and go, I'm going to follow everything you do because I believe so much in you. That's a problem because they're being delusional. So it's just like, let's just stop giving each other advice without being honest 100%. That's the only way you can do it effectively and efficiently and fairly, I think. So let's look at Heidi's and Rachel's social media. Now, like I've said before, and some people got pissed at me, which is fine, that, Rachel has sort of seemed more gleeful than ever before, potentially, which I find to be sad. Again, and I'm not saying she doesn't have reason to be upset. Obviously she does. But to be so gleeful and to not even pretend to be mourning the loss of someone so close to her at one point, who she claimed was her best friend and exceptional life partner, and who she was sharing an exceptional marriage with, I just find it to be either she was lying the whole time about how much she cared for him, or he did something really bad. But even what he did, which seems like had a drug issue, is that the best way to handle it? Is just pretend he never existed? It seems a little mean. But the news came out. She was contacted by at least whoever we read, People Magazine, for comments. So I'm assuming she would know. No comments are not left on. And it says, not every day is a sunshine on your shoulders kind of day. So when it is, soak it up. Sunshine emoji. So she's got no cares in the world. She's living life. I don't know where she's at. I can't tell. She could be on the patio piece for all I know, or her own version of patio piece. It just seems a little heartless to me. I don't know. And we know addiction is, does not really discriminate. So he had a problem, and it's not to say he doesn't deserve, but he doesn't deserve no responsibility on his part, because obviously he did have a huge responsibility in whatever happened, most likely. But addiction is a bitch, and it's did he have all the support that he needed from her? I don't know. Not that she has to save him, but it just seems I don't know. Aren't you sad? Why aren't you more sad? And I guess the argument is why do I have to do what you want me to do? And it's yeah, true. Fair enough. But also I find it to be distasteful, because I would want someone I'm looking up to for life advice to have emotions after an ex-husband passed away. Personally, she's, like I said, she's kind of been pretty flagrant about her not caring at all and not really being upset, basically. And also she's like talked about several times. I've not heard it. I've only read about it on Reddit and heard from people who DM me on Instagram that she's talked several times about Dave's parents not being allowed to see her kids and Dave's children, obviously, which I find why is she talking about this publicly? Number one, why is she bringing that up? Because whose business? All that does is make the grandparents look bad. And, she's talked about her parents being abusive and her having a horrible life. I don't think there's any restrictions against her parents. I've seen the parents with her kids on Facebook and stuff. So like, it's a little double standard. And also, again, they're not public figures. She's basically throwing them under the bus and saying that they're bad people, which they could be, who knows? But like, why are we having this conversation? Why do we know all this information? Don't you have like life advice to give people or, like tips on the best fried chicken recipes or something that you could tell us instead? I just feel like it's like airing your dirty drama, but trying to act like you're so innocent. And like, I'm just such a good person. I'm such a good mom by not letting this happen. But it's like one side of the story. We all know that she's lied very publicly before. So anyways, here's a little clip. This is from 5 days ago where she's talking about getting thicker skin. She knows how to have thick skin by keeping the comments off. But I think taking your comments off is like probably the best thing you can do for your mental health as someone who reads comments all the time. So I'm not shading her for that, but I also don't think I have thick skin. So anyways.
Support is a whisper. Criticism is a roar. If you are trying to do something that is different than all the people you know, you are against the grain. Whatever it is you're trying to do in your life, whether it's personal or professional.
She's got her boo thing right there, front and center. Did you know she has a boyfriend? Do you know he's from England? Okay, so that's her. And I don't think she's posted much. She's been back posting more since he's died than she has before. And now she's going on a tour. I can bring that up. Let me see that. And she's going to do like a test or something. Rachel Hollis. She's doing it in LA. Rachel Hollis live. But it's not Rach Talk Live. It's Rachel Hollis Live, which is different. But I don't know where that is. I don't know. I might have to go into the Reddit, even though I don't know if I'm welcome there anymore. I've spoken negatively about the Reddit, but I mean, whatever. It is what it is. Okay. Here we go. Here's Heidi. She's taking notes from Rachel, and she's peeing her pants.
It has been a while since I've done the vacuum twist, and I feel like it is time for me to go through this again or to do a new tutorial.
A new tutorial, okay? And she's
peed my pants.
There you go. So something Rachel is famously known for is always talking about peeing her pants. Even in the thing that I'm going to pull up where she's talking about this tour, she talks about peeing her pants as well. So Heidi, she's back. She was taking a long break because she realized that social media is toxic and she doesn't want to be there. So she's posted every single day, 15,000 times a day, because she's learned her lessons so deeply. And she's selling like incontinence products, which fine, good for you. But she's like, I'm not going to post my kids anymore. Bam, bam. The kids are everywhere. The kids are everywhere. They have not been taken off at all. They are front and center. They're in bed. They're using their feet to pick up food and eat it. Like, there's no, restrictions since she came out with that video that I talked about in the last stream about her, where she's like, I've changed, guys. I've really discovered a new way of life. And then right back to it. Cannot take a second break. So let's see. And one thing I don't know if this is going to be no, I have to send it to myself for a second. But in the meantime, hold on. Let's see what she's talking about today. She's working out. She's talking about how her mom gets hit on. Very appropriate. Totally cool. This is from the one I'm going to send to myself. This one is from the day that this autopsy was announced, which was yesterday. And she kept it up all day. So it's not like she read the People article, which I'm sure she did immediately. how would you not? It's your literal ex-boyfriend. The People magazine article about the autopsy, and then she proceeds to keep this up, which I find to be, again, in poor taste. It says, okay, feeling high on life tonight. Okay, so we love to see it. Hold on. She's doing her squats again. So again, nothing's changed. Feeling high on life tonight after arguably one of my favorite weeks to date. Okay, once again, publicly, Dave Hollis's autopsy results have come out. He is shown to have cocaine, fentanyl, alcohol in his system. A tragic death, a death that makes his legacy thrown into question greatly. His fans, her fans probably are confused, wondering if she knew about it, if she didn't know about it. I find it to be sort of unlikely that, you would be able to hide something like that, the amount of times they spent together. But again, who knows? I'm just speculating. But she says, feeling high on life tonight after arguably one of my favorite weeks to date. Full of so much fun, so many laughs, and the best kind of love. Maybe I always feel this way. I don't know. But I do know this week and weekend's greatness had nothing to do with extraordinary circumstances or things or events, and everything to do with my extraordinary people. Again, I have pretty bad guilt about lots of things, and even doing this channel brings on a certain amount of guilt for me, because I feel like, oh, I'm hurting people's feelings, or I'm offending people, or I'm being hypocritical in some way, and I'm sure I am. But you knew this guy personally, you loved him and he was the love of your life, and this is how you act. I just find it so bizarre. These are people that are claiming they have life lessons to teach you. How about empathy? How about regret? How about take a break at the very least? I don't know. I know I'm being judgmental, but people are oh, let people grieve. It's this is how you should grieve as a public figure. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Is no one telling you this may look a little odd? And again, do whatever you want. I'm not saying she shouldn't post, but I just find it to be distasteful. And then this one is her and her mother, and it says, all the single ladies had quite the night on the town last night. Okay, we know you're single. We knew you were single before. And the thing is too, when Dave passed, she re-put this up, which is my heart, right? Which is all old videos of them when they first were together. This was not on the site, on her thing. She had deleted it or hid it or archived it, whatever, and then added it back once he died, which people were saying, well, because I thought I gave her the benefit of the doubt, and I was like, oh, she probably regrets taking it off. When people die, it's obviously a bigger deal, and they feel oh, well, maybe I did love him, maybe I was being mean, or we had a fight or something. I get it. But now I'm maybe it was just because news reporters were reaching out to her about her involvement and if they were still together, because it was sort of unknown. I mean, they made the official announcement, but if you're not following this shit closely, a random story on their Instagram, you may have missed it, So maybe she could get a little bit more attention by having it seem like they were still together at the time. And she had talked about it in a podcast, they were thinking about getting back together again. So, or they were, she said, if we get back together, maybe this will happen. That was before he died. So yeah. And then this is just unrelated, but something that I find annoying. Depression is your body saying, I don't want to be this character anymore. I don't want to hold up this avatar that you've created in the world. It's too much for me. You should think of the word depressed as deep rest. Your body needs to be depressed. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, my body needs to be depressed, Heidi? Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you've told me that. Wonderful. So wonderful to be told that you need to, it's just shut the fuck, everyone just needs to shut the fuck up about depression, about anxiety, about ADHD. If you're not a goddamn doctor, shut the fuck up. That's what I have to tell Instagram every day, or I'm gonna lose my mind. Your body needs to be depressed. It needs deep rest from the character you've been trying to play. Okay, Jim Carrey, I'm annoyed by you at this moment. Love you. But this ain't it, And maybe it's taken out of context by, grifters online. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt because I really like Jim Carrey. But yeah, now she's in here. It's One of the most profound paradigm shifts my heart has been open to in a long time. We all need deep rest. What if instead of judging ourselves for feeling not being depressed, we instead praise our souls for demanding the deep rest we need and deserve? What can happen if we simply shift the way we view ourselves and our emotional and mental states? And what if we embrace that we are exactly how we're supposed to be, deep resting and all? Not everyone is sorry, I'm not going to curse as much, is an influencer and can just take several days to deeply rest and recover from a depressive episode. A lot of people have to go to work and have to go to the grocery store and work the cash register and are depressed and need access to mental health resources. Stuff like this makes it seem like we're all just making it up and that we should just like take a little nap during the day and we'd all be fine. We don't need help and we don't need to be in therapy and it's all just in your head. It's like, this is not good, in my opinion. I agree with it. No judgment, no guilt. I'm all for that. But don't tell people, oh, you just need to go to bed and not seek mental health help. Again, you don't know who you're speaking to in these videos or in these posts. It's just like so flagrantly irresponsible. And she's, over 500,000, more than 500,000 followers. It bothers me. Okay, let's go to the Reddit real quick. Like I said, hopefully I haven't been banned from the Reddit. I just don't post there much because, like I said, I think it's getting better now. But when the news first happened and people were just like praising Rachel for existing, I just found it to be so annoying. Because like she just, in my opinion, has not handled this the way that I would have liked someone to handle it. And hey, that's my opinion, ain't it? Okay, here's the live event thing. So it says, hey gang, on May 13th, 3 weeks from now, I'm doing a keynote and Q&A in Los Angeles, and you and your friends should totally come. This summer, I'm taking the podcast out on the road to some of my favorite cities. But before I do that, I need to test out my new talk. So I'm going to be at a darling little theater in a super intimate setting where y'all can come and have fun bevies and laugh until you pee your pants and get motivated enough to cry a little and leave feeling joyful. Okay, I went to that event. None of that happened. To me, personally. And I think, I don't know. Again, I know this is a nitpick, but as someone, she has said herself that she was an alcoholic, okay? She has said that to Oprah Winfrey on a stage in front of like 1,000 people, that she was an alcoholic and that she overcame that is, and her ex-husband just died, who was, well, not an accused, he was a admitted alcoholic who is in recovery, which now we know was not fully the truth, or at least at this one night, he was back on the wagon or off the wagon, whatever you say. And so now, but like still sort of like bevies, you can have bevies. Ugh. I'm assuming that's alcoholic, I don't know. She's got a very weird relationship with alcohol. She's always glorifying it like to the max. The best part, it's a matinee. Seriously, they were like, hey, Rach, how about a Saturday night? Oh, I wish, is it the full thing or is it just the half? Let's see. They said, seriously, they were like, hey, Rach, how about a Saturday night show? And I was like, nah, my girls are like me. Wait. Nah, my girls are like they me. Okay, I think that's a she's like, I'm a perfectionist. I'm so perfect in every way. And she has like typos in all of her stuff, which is fine, but it's just like, you're not as a big a perfectionist as you think you are. Nah, my girls are like me. They want to day drink and still be in bed at a reasonable hour. So if you're in SoCal on May 13th, grab a friend and come hang out. Buy tickets. So you have to buy tickets to her experimental show. I think they should be free if you want to test out a show, don't you think? Anyways, so I think people, I think people may go. And again, it's because I think that people are going to wonder if she's going to talk about Dave and if she's going to admit to anything. And she probably won't. And she'll probably like wink everything and say like, as you may have known, my ex had problems. That's a story for another day. Anyways. I don't know. And same thing, I can also show this one. Mel Robbins, who was, the only person to ever write a eulogy in her life. And she just she needed to tell us so much about life and the meaning behind it and the importance of friendship, to write 12 content pieces about Dave's death. And then, the day of the autopsy, again, is released. Part of it is that he was on alcohol or had alcohol, was a known recovering addict of alcohol. She's like, I've had a long day, time to crack open some wine on her Instagram story. It's like, again, where's the empathy? Where's the respect? These people do not give a shit. And this is the stuff that we were talking about for so long on this channel, on the Reddit. Like, the people who are talking and are accused of being negative and accused of being bullies, those are the people who actually want, I think, the best for all of these people. It's like, hey, show up as a better person, a better version of yourself, gurus, by being more honest, by treating people in your life actually with respect and not just using each other to like circle jerk your courses around in a circle. Like, I'll scratch your back, you come on my podcast and I'll tell you that you're my best friend and I love you so much, and then never talk to you again. Or, I'm going to like get you to do something on my event and you can do something on my event. But then when they die, just like take their entire life story and make it into a pitch for people to listen to your podcast. It's just like, I would never do that to a friend, a real friend. And it's like, we just all want these people to be better, honestly. And it's like, it gets received as like this like hatred or something. It's like, no, these people are the hated people. These people have apparently hatred in their heart because your best friend, your buddy, the person that you spoke at their funeral was struggling with alcohol, and you've posted about it publicly 1 million times, and now you're gonna pop champagne? Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why people go, wow, this woman, she really has something to say, other than she's figured out a way to take a law degree and turn it into an empire, which is hard to do, and I give her credit for that. But other than that, she doesn't know anything. She knows dick shit about life. I'm sorry, other than being a rich woman. She's been rich for a long time. If you can read her wedding was in New York Times, okay? That is like a high class lifestyle. Angry, sorry. Can you tell I'm angry? Am I an empath, or is she angry? And it's like, okay, drop a raising hand if you had a rough Monday. You could pour yourself a glass of wine or watch a mindless TV show or just veg out on the couch. Or you could prioritize what you really need, which is inspiration and growth. Enter my free life-changing 3-part training series, Take Control with Mel Robbins. I'm not kidding. This is exactly what you need to turn your day, your week, your life around. So what are you waiting for? You have nothing to lose. Sign up at absolutely zero cost. Okay, so why are you doing it, babe? Why are you doing it? What's the catch? We already know that Matthew McConaughey just had a free event. Oh, guess what? It's a $4,000 offer that we're going to give you for $400. Oh, God. Anyways. It's really hard to be such an empath. I just care so much. Anyways. Yeah. So, this whole thing's unfortunate. I feel like I've gone up and down in my emotions about it all. Again, I was surprised to hear the details. I did not pin Dave, and I guess I'm just naive and kind of like, naive that I don't think people do drugs, but obviously they do. I was surprised. I think the people who, and I talked about it in my video, the people who came out and said like, it's the vaccine that did it. It's the vaccine that did it. They're going to be convinced that it was the vaccine and not the cocaine, you can't really change those people's minds. So they're disappeared. They're on to the next person they're going to accuse of this happening to. And I think it's just an all around unfortunate thing. And just again proves how dumb and bad this industry is. Like, I'm trying to come around to the idea that coaching can be okay if you do it in an ethical way. I'm trying to get there. I went from, as the pendulum swings, as we all know, I went from like being supportive of everything self-help, everything personal development, everything life coach. And then I was like, none of it at all. And now I'm like, okay, is there a medium place where you can do it and do it well? And I'm not there yet, but I'm trying to get there. But when something like this happens, it again pushes me to feel more vindicated and feel like this is what we've been talking about all along. He was a human being. He deserved help. He deserved to, not be sucked in. Like, he was sucked in as much as his people were sucked into his programs and his, mastermind events with Heidi and with Rachel. Like, he was also trying to figure out his life through self-help. And we know now that leads to nothing. Like, that is more clear than ever. All these people are messed up, and it's okay to be messed up, but don't act like you're not messed up. That's the messed up thing. Am I Matthew McConaughey? Am I speaking facts? I don't know.
I have no facts.
But I will say, since stopping listening to Rachel Hollis, because I used to listen to like everything she made because I wanted to, keep her accountable basically, and like know every detail, and like, she lied. She said last week that she didn't do that, and now she said this week, and try to put a timeline together. I stopped that. I think that behavior was like hurting my mental health, and I feel so much better that I don't talk about her and Heidi and Rachel and Dave and all of them nearly as much as I used to. So I think that's honestly a sign of like watching these people, and they're just the tip of the iceberg. There's probably 1,000 more people who are big and small audiences that just spew this crazy shit on the internet and are profiting, I guess, in some level. And it just, the farther away you are from it, not even looking at it, not even seeing it, if you can just like take the ad and like block it immediately, your life will improve, honestly. And I think one day I'm going to have to get over there to that side, because I've just become like, now my algorithms are so tuned into all this stuff. It is so unhealthy, because one says one thing, one says the other thing. They all say the same thing on one topic and manifesting, but then all the rules are different depending who you talk to. And then what's healthy, what's not. Oh my God, you're going to drive yourself nuts. Look, I'm nuts. Okay. I've already driven myself there on the highway, the life highway. I had a green light to, be crazy, and I'm there. All right. Anyways, that was a lot. That was talking fast. Jeez Louise, guys, 4 hours, 4:20, baby. God, that was bad timing. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. That's what I mean to say. But actually that wasn't part of the cocktail there. So I guess I'm free to say that. Anyways, time to sing my song, and then we'll be along, and I'll see you next time. And next time, if you join the membership, you'll have access to, in the Reddit, obviously, I'm going to put a post, as I always do. If you've joined the membership, you can join, and then you don't have to, thanks, Buttercup. Thank you. Speaking of memberships, you don't have to continually pay for it. I'll let you in the Reddit. You can stay in the Reddit. And I like the Reddit to be private so that we can talk a little bit more openly, and no one has to fear like people coming in there and going, you're bullies. Like, you need a place to discuss things. That's where you can do it on the Reddit. There's no, judgment there from me, at least, and from outside sources. And then also merch, new merch is coming. It is already available for members because I gave them a little sneak peek and discount code and whatnot. I wish the discount code was bigger because I use Teespring and they really limit you because I think they keep their margins pretty tight. So I'm working on possibly switching it to a Shopify where I have more control, so that members can get better deals and discounts. But pretty good feedback so far on the merch drop. It's really cute, I think. I think the designer did a really good job. And Tara said she'll wear it. She's going to wear this shirt. So that's coming soon, probably next week. I'm going to leave it open just for members for the next little while. And then, so that's that. And then we got to talk about medical medium. Probably next week. That's going to be or maybe I'll come back earlier than that, but I'm pretty busy. So we'll see. I'll leave it open-ended. But medical medium, man, he's recruiting people and like claiming that people are trying to take him down. And he released this like whole podcast where he's like basically telling his followers to like protect him because he's like, you know, an angel basically, or he's like God's communicator. So you like defend him at all costs, and people on his accounts will defend him at all costs basically. And it like scares me. Like, what are these people going to do? You know, if someone claims to like not like medical medium. So we can watch that and listen and discuss that at a later date, and then we'll see how it goes. All right, I will see you guys soon, and I will be singing now. Me and Taro. You ready? Want to say anything? Last final words? Okay, thank you so much. She says, all right, bye. Bye, Taro. Are you leaving? She's out of here. Good idea. Get my skins. Oh, wait. Hold on. I forgot that I had lyrics. Stand by. Maybe I should just do it bongo style. Yeah, let me do it bongo style. Ready? Here we go. Living like rainy cannon. Starry nights in the sky like the 4th of July. Nicole Campbell, too much to handle. Canna Bay is a Mr. Ray. Angela Arnold is so cool. Life-changing. Marley Hannon, $497 minus 100, $397 for a console. A special price is so nice. And Katie, you're worth $20,000, but just for today, we'll give you the discount for $1 penny. Hey. And Joms, we need to get a job so we can get a course to get on the highway. Oh my God. And Tiffany, she can take the course for free. And Chels Marie can play bongos better than me. Hey, hey, Alaska Blood Tundra. Thank you so much for all the memberships. We are gonna have another emote any day now, thanks to you. And we have the bongos too. Hey, hey, and Crystal G. You know what you got to say to me? Get on the road to find some green lights. And Lindsay Walden, you be sitting and scalding water in the hot tub. It's the reverse cold plunge. Yeah. And Kimberly Cossé, you are so fancy. You did the VIP. Like Alice in Wonderland 66, she did VIP times 37 tricks. You can pay in tricks now on PayPal. Oh, yeah. And Carasoto, let's take a photo because we're gonna put it on the internet and say that we attended a class and talk about all of our facts. Kimberly Harris smiles. You'll be driving for miles and miles on the highway to hell. Or I mean the highway to enlightenment that comes from Dean Graziosi. And Heather Hope, she says, nope, nope, not so good for measy. And Dave Kelly, he is really jelly of all the fans that McConaughey has, but that's okay, cause Dave has more class. And not Jenna Cash, not Jenna Cash, not Jenna Cash, no, Jenna Cash is here in a flash, and then she's got to go, El Cholo's kid. What have you hid? Put all your trauma in the chat, and then we can go and skid. Woo! To Blazed Goddess. Is she wearing a bodice? I don't know, it's just a name on a list. I don't know what you look like or what you wear, but I don't care. I'll still take your $3.97 and $47 subscription for lifetime. Oh God. Sorry in retrospect. And I'll see you later. Bye.